Hello,
And
everyone.
that's why you don't tar and feather a bear.
Oh my god. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream.
I didn't know they would make that kind of a noise. It was so terrifying.
To boot, they just don't taste very. Oh, we're starting. Okay.
Yes.
Oh shit. Live, right?
Yes, live. Yes, we are here live.
We're live.
And
on the internet.
Everyone.
Woo!
On the internet. Hello, and welcome to our third installment of our D&D campaign, Liberty Lost, Freedom Gain. Around my head are our players. I'm going to start from this direction, which is the player Matt. Could you introduce yourself and your character?
Yes, hello everyone. I am Matt, aka Meldor219, and I am playing Zayana, the Drow Bard.
Up in the corner, on that same direction, we have our lovely Emily. Could you introduce yourself and your character?
Yes, hi, I'm Emily. I'm playing Sienna, the angry barbarian bird, also owl, angry burb. But
Angry bird.
yeah, I'm playing a very angry 4-foot barbarian.
It's always the short girls who are the angriest.
It's always the short
I mean-
anybody that's the angriest.
Above my head, we have Howie. Introduce yourself and your character.
Hello, I will be playing Meru. He is a very pristine, and honestly too good for the likes of this traveling party. Sort of Aarakocra, blue jay fellow.
He said too good for the likes of this party. I'm
The
dead.
likes of the party. The party itself is.
I mean,
is
he's
completely
not wrong.
satisfactory.
I'm dead.
I might hold him
Not
accountable
wrong.
for
Oh my
Look,
god.
if it was anybody but you folks, you're all very, very nice, I'm sure.
All right.
Uh-huh.
And up in the corner there, we have Jamey. Could you introduce yourself and your character?
Nah, I'd rather not.
Just do it.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
I am KrimzonKnight, also known as Jamey. I'm in places, and my character's name is Jason Hartsward.
Okay. And over here, we have Tim. Could you introduce yourself and your character?
Hey guys, I'm Tim, and I play Teldian, who is the old guy who loves to take his time eating the apple pies and pancakes.
Right. All right. So,
This is where we role play out the whole pancake breakfast coming in from the previous night, and it's just Teldian eating.
Yeah, he's taking his time eating the prisoners from last night.
Where he subdivides each bite.
Eating the prisoners.
Well, that's how we get
Whoa.
into it.
Whoa.
Who taught you how to prepare this meal?
Why do you need to prepare?
Who cooked it for you? It wasn't me.
okay.
Etc.
All right. So,
Guy's just over there whimpering while you're gnawing on his leg.
what the heck, man? That's the
Calm down,
most
Steve.
horrifying.
Calm down.
That's the most horrifying thing.
And Sienna is gonna be flipping out because she hasn't gotten a chance to question anyone yet.
So I'm not actually doing this. Just to be absolutely clear.
Oh my god.
Good.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we should probably just shoot them.
The prisoners.
I mean, at this point, it's probably a mercy.
Wow.
From Teldian.
Wow. So, to catch up everyone on what happened last time, our merry band of mismatched adventurers plus their guide Michael were on
Hashtag Chaos Group.
Chaos Group. We're on their way to what Michael told them is an abandoned temple of the Drow. They believed they got where it should be, and they camped out for the night. And then during the night, they got attacked by what seemed to be a band of bandits. However, when they were attacking, they all ended up shooting at Ziana. Once Ziana was like, why is everybody shooting at me? Their leader came out, grabbed something that Sienna found the session beforehand, which was a little silver disc that had something written about the goddess of reclamation. So he grabbed it and ran. The party was able to catch up to him, and Ziana finished the job. Not to mention
Also, I want
that
to clarify, in my notes it says big buff censored word tries to take my metal disc.
oh wow, Big Buff Cheeto Puff tries to take
Yeah.
Cheeto Puff. Yes.
Big
Puff.
Puff Cheeto Puff.
It's absolutely what
Can
that
we
says.
talk about that phrase for that phrase for 4 hours, please?
No,
I
we
feel like
can't.
At least 4 hours.
No.
I
It's
feel like that's the amount of time that we need to be able to properly dissect that phrase.
no,
No.
it's a very easy one sentence thing to dissect. We're getting off topic.
No.
So,
Chaotic?
Ziana dispatched of the leader, and Sienna dispatched of most of the others, except for 2 captures. Was it 2?
Yeah.
And
I think we only. Yeah, I don't remember. Was it 2? Was it only 2?
Yeah,
That
it
we
was 2.
Rescued from Sienna's wrath?
Yeah, it was 2. Because
and
the others were dead.
it was 2 because the others were dead.
They were dead on arrival, okay?
And
Sienna's just like, I found them that way.
and found on the person of the bandit leader was a letter from a mob boss from Jason's hometown named Lady L, saying that she laid claim on the temple that they're about to visit. So, I believe that's it, and we're all caught up, yeah?
Yeah.
More or less.
Sounds
We
about
finished
right to
off
me.
the night rest and then woke up. Jason had the morning watch and was doing some meal prep, last I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Sienna was also up, if I remember correctly.
Mm.
Yeah, Sienna is early bird.
Early Burb and Farm Boy.
Yeah.
Early
And
bird gets the
extremely
word.
messy.
Well- And so, the sun rises on another early spring day with the campsite pretty still ramshackled from the night before, the 2 hostages tied up.
I was I was straightening up too. 'Cause I rolled.
Sienna's stuff is pretty much messily packed.
Mm,
You never leave anything a mess if you can stop it.
so, the hostages are tied up. That's a dice?
So,
I
That
just
was
heard,
a lot of noise.
yeah, and it sounded
I
like
guess I was
dice.
kind of close to. I was getting the other side of my bag,
Mm.
nice.
but I guess it was slightly
Um,
close to my mic.
He,
So
he
sorry.
was, he,
Yeah.
was, he
See,
was rolling for elder murder.
yeah. So, Sienna, having messily put away all of her stuff, is looking to go and question the hostages.
I see.
And Sienna would also like to roll a intimidation check, but with strength instead.
Should we supervise this? Make sure that there's some space between them and her.
I don't think you're awake, are you?
I'm keeping an eye while doing morning routines like prepping, warming up some food and stuff for everybody.
Okay.
And I believe Meru took the final shift as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So Sienna would like to roll an intimidation check, but possibly with strength instead.
Okay, strength intimidation. For both of them, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll twice or just once?
Just roll once.
What is it you're trying to get out of it, though? You're just trying to scare them shitless?
Just to intimidate them.
I'm going to scare them shitless before I question them.
Okay, so if you don't answer my questions, I'm gonna chop off your leg. Chop. Wait, that was almost my leg. I know, and that was almost my question. Get ready.
Oh my god.
That's actually, that's kind of what I was planning. Except it was gonna be like, takes out great sword, tosses it into the ground right by like one of their legs. With that being said, dirty 20 plus my 3. So we're looking at 21 total.
Yeah, you're fine.
So Sienna takes out her sword, her great sword, which is basically like her size. And like,
how wet under the hostages are tied up people is the ground right now?
I didn't think it rained last night.
And she's like right between the one dude's legs. Like, just tosses it in the ground and is like, alright. So, what do y'all want with our group, specifically Zayana, and shooting at her? First of all.
This is, just one of the hostages who is stammering. The other, a bit shorter than one, is just staring at you, wide-eyed and completely pale. I'm sorry. We were just acting on orders. You know, our leader, he knows the details. All we know was that we were told to attack here, try and find a metal disc, and kill any drow. And I mean, those are pretty standard orders. I'm sorry.
Question.
Sienna. Yeah.
What time?
Go ahead.
What time? Is this like immediately after their capture, or is like some of the party still gone to bed, or is this like in the morning after everybody's up after the long rest?
This is the morning.
Morning after.
Yeah. This was the morning watch while the rest of the people were sleeping.
Okay.
So Sienna then goes, and pulls out the letter, signed by Lady L. Goes, okay, so who's Lady L?
I truly don't know. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I please don't. Please. I don't know.
Sienna, Mary walks up and to this exchange. Please, they're already a mess. We don't need this to get more messy. Yes?
Sienna goes I never said it was gonna get messy now.
In the background.
Look,
Sienna's I never said it was gonna get messy now.
Her questions. Please just answer her questions. I would really rather not have anything at all.
And so then Sienna turns with that and goes, okay. Who is the goddess of reclamation? What do you know?
Well, I heard they're a cult. I heard that the people who follow this goddess is a cult. Cause this is something we've never heard before. And I heard that she's a cult for the losers, outcasts of society. You know what I'm saying? I that's all I really got.
Sienna kind of ponders this and pulls out the metal disc and goes, what do you know about this?
I just knew it was important to the boss for what we needed to do next.
What are you doing next?
I think we were going into the woods. I don't remember exactly. The person next to him pipes up, says, "We were going into the woods to find a building or something. Please just let us go. You're not gonna get much more out of us. We really didn't know much."
Was it the temple that she mentions in that letter?
Can I get an insight check on this particular individual?
Which one?
The one who said specifically, we don't know much more. You're not going to get much more out of us.
Yeah, roll insight.
I want to know if there's something that they're hiding. And that is a 12 plus 0.
Can I aid him on this?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
An aid? Okay.
Yeah. I have a +5 in wisdom for insight, so maybe I should do that.
Ha!
Yeah, that makes more sense to me. But I
Yeah.
did already
Unnatural
just roll.
20!
What the
Oh
hell?
my god!
Angry burp.
Angry burp. Angry burp.
Angry burp. Angry burp.
Okay, so, looking her up and down, still sweaty and pretty bloody, she looks straight up terrified, and she doesn't look like she's hiding anything, but she is also stammering over her words and shaking.
The other person?
Huh?
What about the other person?
Wide-eyed and terrified, and he looks like he's telling the truth, up and up.
Okay. Sienna turns to Meru and asks, "Do you have any questions?"
Where's this building in the woods?
I'm sorry?
Where's this building in the woods?
It was a little off this path, I think. I think it was,
Off the path?
yes, it was, oh gods. Oh gods, I think it was, maybe, I want to say an hour off the path, about northeast, I think, yes. That's all I have. That's all I have. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry.
Allow me to clarify. I, unlike my rough friend here, am not a particularly bloodthirsty individual. With all due respect, ma'am.
Sienna goes, "Yeah, I kind of figured."
Roll persuasion.
16.
She stops shaking as much, but she still shrinks away from you a bit.
If we let you go, what will you do?
Leave? I don't know. Our boss is not here anymore, so I don't know.
All right, so let me just make a suggestion. Yes, if in the event that you go back to your boss, and for whatever reason she decides that she wishes to cause us difficulties,
Our boss was the one that ran earlier. At night, you saw him.
I'm sorry. I thought your boss was Lady L.
No, I've never met her.
Okay, well, in that case,
Am I right in assuming that y'all are like contract workers?
Yes. We only do.
At this point, Ziana would like to stealth behind this person and just whisper in their ear,
Is that
"Your
on
boss
the way?
is..." Yes, she is.
Okay.
Your boss is dead. I killed him.
The blood drains from her face yet again.
Ziana.
Yes.
At this point, how packed up is the camp?
Meru's gotten his tent, like, at the very least... No, wait, he doesn't have a tent, does he?
No.
I believe he was sharing with
Michael.
There were
guy.
two people who had tents.
Yeah.
I mean, there were two people who didn't have tents, and it was me and Sayana. Or Sienna.
Sienna, yeah.
I
First
feel
names.
I
No,
thought that.
Meru crashed with the NPC.
Yeah, you crashed with
our
Michael.
boy,
His name is
and then
Michael.
Michael. Yes.
His
Boy
name
And
is.
then Sayana had her own.
His name is the NPC.
Sayana had her own tent, and Teldian had his own tent.
Mm.
And Sienna didn't have a tent because
Neither
why?
did Jason. Which is why.
Why a tent? Why would we need that? At this point, Sienna's gonna say, "All right, I propose an alternative to just letting them go. Before we leave, we knock them out to ensure that they aren't following us.
Or what if we?
So they still leave with their lives, but they have a severe headache.
What if we leave them tied up and then just like leave one of their swords like 15 feet away from them, so it'll take them time
And they'll
to.
be loose and armed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
it'll take
how
them
about
time.
we knock them out before we do that?
DM, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
How prolific is the hazardous wildlife in the area?
Hazardous wildlife, not too prolific. It's pretty calm.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this area, we're not likely to end up with them wolves coming across them while they're all tied up.
No,
or
not during
owl
the day.
bears or anything like that.
No, not during the daytime.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
And we're not
I'm
enough
gonna-
into the.
We can either knock them out and leave them tied up, or knock them out and leave them untied. Either way, we can ensure we're not being followed.
While the rest of the party is debating about how to leave
Well-
them, I'm gonna go up to. I'm gonna take a spoonful of the breakfast stew that I was making leftovers from the previous night. Take a spoonful, and I'm gonna be very careful taking over to them, and I'm gonna be like, "Hey, taste."
I mean,
Why?
if we knock them out anyway, we might as well not tie them up
One
so
of
we
the
can
one of
rope
the two
for
has to be.
ourselves.
You said one was a woman.
Yeah, one's a woman, one's a man.
I'll have them both try it, but I'll start with the woman and then go to the man. Be like, I didn't use too much salt in it, did I? Not too salty?
The woman's very hesitant. Like,
Don't worry. There's only just a little bit of hemlock in there.
Just for seasoning.
she's very.
Sienna perks up at the soup and quick takes a sip and she's like, "No, it's not too salty."
Because she's a little bit more blood.
Yeah, I would think that that maybe the blood from last night might interfere with the taste buds. So little sippy sip. Come on. I genuinely want them to.
Can we
taste
roll
the soup.
persuasion to get them to try it?
You can, yes.
Like I'm
I'm
putting
gonna
the spoon to their lips.
I'm gonna try to persuade them to have some.
Okay, roll.
There is
What
not
is-
actually hemlock in there.
Don't you?
Let's see, persuasion. That is charisma, so I have a +0.
I caught that, Tim, and I don't.
I forgot! I have a +0. So that's gonna be a 15.
They start smelling the food because it's wafting, and you can see the hunger growing in their eyes. Still kind of shook at the people who killed their colleagues. So you can tell they want it, but they aren't making any moves.
Look, we didn't. You attacked us. We're not out here trying to kill you.
Well, most
Eat
of
the
us are.
soup if you're hungry.
Otherwise, you can stay in this field and starve for all I care.
What are you?
Just
The woman says,
leftovers
"What are you
behind
going
us."
to do to us?"
I'm keen.
She
on
looking
letting
at
go.
Sienna.
I had.
Sienna, do with them as you will for all I care.
Let's just let them go. Leave them their weapons. They've obviously had a very bad evening.
So after... No, Jason. No.
What?
No pouting face.
My gosh.
And
Jason
then
is
Sienna
legitimately sitting
like,
there pouting at the fact that neither of them tried the soup he was offering.
and then Sienna goes, you know though, I could use a bowl. It tasted pretty good. You want to go fix me up one while I finish up?
Okay. You guys, I go back and grab a bowl, and actually I grab multiple bowls and start serving for everybody. Since the soup is
So
done.
Sienna, after gets,
Sorry, go ahead.
she's just gonna start eating her soup, leaning on like the hilt of the great sword and looking contemplative.
While you're off doing that, Mary's going to call over and say, "Get 2 extra bowls if you could." And he begins to actually untie these folks.
No.
Yeah, no,
Sienna's
he's doing
gonna
it.
stop.
No,
Sienna's
you've
gonna stop and be
already
like,
gone off and
listen
started.
now, listen. Are there weapons removed from them?
No,
Okay, so we need
We
to
did
do that
disarm them the
first.
previous night.
why?
We did
Do that.
Okay, so if
We
we
did
remove them from
disarm
Try
them
to
previous
kill me, Meru.
We did disarm them the previous night. I
You
very
did?
Okay, well,
specifically
in that
removed
case,
their
they have-
weapons after
okay.
knocking them both unconscious.
You did, yeah.
Okay, well, in that case, their weapons are off them, right?
Mm.
Still untying them.
you can untie their hands, not
Yes.
their feet.
Um,
We'll do that before we leave. That way they can actually taste Jason's soup.
So, which one of you?
I will be pouting about it all day. Otherwise, it will ruin my whole day if they don't.
Sienna is standing right by them with the great sword, like downing her soup. By the way, like she's finishing it off and going, Meru, only their hands.
Fine.
Okay. So Meru
So let me
unties.
get you up into a more comfortable position here.
Mm.
Look, you were caught up in something that really you shouldn't have been. Don't try to kill us, and apologize to my friend here. And I'm sure we can all get along on pretty decent terms.
Are you talking about Ziana or the Angry
I'm
Bird?
talking about Ziana specifically.
Yeah, because they tried to kill her.
The woman looks between you and Ziana with like a visible tension, and the guy just blurts out, "She's your friend?"
Sienna stops after, like, she's finished her stew, turns with like a death glare. She goes, "Why wouldn't she be our friend?"
I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. It's just, you don't normally see other people befriending
If you finish
people
that
like...
sentence, you're going to also see some folks, another rare sight, some folks trying to hop all the way back to town.
I mean, I wanted to hear how the sentence ended.
I'll just not. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
Apologize
I think at
to our
this
friends,
point,
please.
I have like kind of loomed up next to them with bowls of piping hot soup in each hand for them, and with conversation, just pour the hot soup down their necks.
You're gonna have to roll
What?
some heat damage.
Oops.
Sienna cheering like, yeah!
You're
And
gonna.
Meru is just like, the food.
You're gonna have to roll
That's
some heat
messy.
damage.
I was
Alright,
waiting
what's
for
wrong?
Meru
I'll
to
do
go, the
It's down there. That's gonna get in the. Oh.
How hot is the soup?
Fresh from the fire. Fire's still going.
Oh no. Oh no. All right.
Weren't they very injured before?
Roll.
If this is what kills
They get a
them.
long rest.
No, they're tied up. How would they have gotten a long rest?
They got a very disturbed rest, if anything.
They might have had a short rest. Some recovered health.
Okay, nonetheless,
Nonetheless.
roll a d4 for each of them.
Just imagine if somebody actually uses that as like their main weapon. Just like
Imagine
soup
if I get
attacks.
max damage on these D4 and
Magical thermos keeps your soup hot.
And the soup on
Combined with a cauldron of endless soup.
I believe I've made my point. That's 2 damage each.
Ah! They both scream and they're like touching where the soup landed. They're not.
I'm terribly sorry about that. I do apologize. Unfortunately, that was the last of the soup. I handed out the rest of it to everybody else here. Sorry. I then dropped the bowls on the ground in front of them.
Meru actually believes this. That it was unintentional.
Sienna, like, is fully grinning, knowing it wasn't. Just because of how Jason's acting, because they didn't taste the soup. And is, like, leaning on the greatsword again, like, laughing.
The woman's head snaps to the guy, and, like, you could see the death glare in her eyes. Guy knows he's in trouble. Just so you know what's happening with those.
We may let 2 of them free, but only one of them is walking free.
So, honestly speaking, if you will apologize to our friend here, I'll see that you get left. That you can go. Maybe not with your weapons. And we may relieve you of some of your payments, if you carry that on you. But you'll go free with your lives. Yes?
They both nod, and they both say a soft sorry in the direction of Ziana.
Okay.
Ziana just scoffs at him while she is currently cleaning her rapier and makes a point to show a little bit of the blood on it as she's just cleaning it off.
Now, to reiterate, and Meru speaks up for everybody, we killed more of their friends than they killed of ours, for certain, and they outnumbered us. They will cause no more trouble. Right?
Right, of course.
Okay. And then Meru goes ahead and pulls out a knife and begins cutting the rope. Well, not
Sienna!
Don't cut it.
not cutting.
We can reuse this.
I'm tying their feet.
So Sienna stops just before he does that, and double checks to make sure they don't have anything else on them. So she's going to investigate.
All right, roll please.
15 plus 2, so we're looking at 17.
All right, you're not finding anything on either of them.
Cool. And then goes, okay, you can do that, and they can run off.
Okay. Yeah, untying them. It's morning. You've got all day to. It's morning, so you have all day to travel. Good luck.
Well,
You may go now.
And Sienna goes and points towards where the town is. That direction, please.
So you untie them. They're still touching the very scalding burn that they got on their necks. And they stumble off, still not quite having their balance, into the direction of the town, or of the city capital. And you see them walk over the path till they disappear over a hill into the horizon.
Right, that being said, I'm gonna messily pack away my things, take out my sword out of the ground, sheath that, and be ready to be on my way. Eating some delicious soup.
Michael, would you like some help cleaning up packing up your tent?
No thank you. I've got it from here.
Alright. I'm going to actually just roll a quick 6. Yeah. I was, let's say, very free with how much my wings were stretching while I was sleeping.
Ah. Michael turns to Jason and...
I was full-on starfish.
Yeah. Full-on bird starfish.
Bird starfish. Wow. Michael turns to Jason as he's rolling up the last of the...
Would that be called bird spreading?
Yvonne.
Michael turns to Jason as he's rolling up the last of his belongings and says, "Do you really think that was necessary?"
Who?
Which part?
To Jason?
Yeah, to Jason.
Oh, I heard you say my name, but I didn't realize that he was talking to me. Sorry. Why wouldn't it be necessary?
I understand that she's your colleague, but you have to admit, people have not been friendly to the Drow ever.
Sienna, like, overhearing this, walks up to him and goes, I think it was a nice touch, and, like, buddy hugs, like, Jason around the hip.
Like his leg.
like right around the hip, just like, I think it was a nice touch, buddy.
I certainly hope that Michael finished his food before saying that, though.
Michael smirks at all this, though. And because, Michael's just operating off of the rules of the world.
Michael,
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost said that just because it's how people act doesn't mean that's how you should act.
But do they know that?
They do now.
Or maybe just the killer of their colleagues decided they wanted to hurt them a little more.
Sienna turns to him and goes, I would have had that covered. But that hop suit was too funny for me to do anything. So I think we're good. He goes, alright, let's keep on moving towards the temple.
Yes, let us be on our way, please.
Michael, just so we're clear, I didn't kill anyone last night.
You didn't.
They're still alive because of me.
And because I kept missing everything.
He nods.
I took him out in like 2 hits. I took him out in like 2 hits each. Like
I took people out with like 1 or 2.
Yeah, she was murdering everybody in like a single hit. I was like 1, 2 down, 1, 2 down. Okay.
Sienna was one over here just.
Yeah.
So, Michael, pretty much absorbs all of this, nods, and finishes packing away his items. And in a few moments, like 15 minutes, y'all are all packed up and ready to head off.
Still fooding.
You're still
I'm
fooding?
Still fooding.
Okay. Taldian is still eating, but other than that, y'all are ready.
It's very good soup.
Thank you. My mama's recipe.
We are gonna usher him to walk as he eats. And I think at this point, Sienna is gonna get back on Jason's shoulders as they continue on.
I'm also going to, at some point, pat Zion on the shoulder and say, don't worry, I left them a mess before they left. The soup was all down in their necks.
Yeah.
It's not comfortable and it's not clean.
Well, thought is appreciated. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, man.
You getting back to town?
What?
You're gonna smell like soup.
Oh, no.
If they ever have to report to Lady L, I hope they do it covered in soup.
I can't! Oh my god.
Okay.
So, all packed up, and Taldian's still eating his soup. You all get up and, where do you head?
Towards our destination, I think.
From last.
Yeah, I would say.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna.
I would say we would head towards the temple, but.
All right.
Was there like a cabin that we wanted to investigate?
There
was that
was
something
some
else?
burned out ruins that we passed a bit back the previous day, where we found the silver disc.
The charred doll.
Yeah, but that was like ruins of an old house.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I don't think there was anything else until we get to the temple.
I thought we got some information from the folks that we questioned about some sort of.
Well, there was some kind of a hideout or something in the woods.
Yeah,
but
well,
Yeah, like some sort of
could try to
building.
find
But see,
that, but
The note that they had, it specifically said, "Get to the temple and keep the others from it. I claim it." They were clearly
Yeah.
supposed to go to this building in the woods. I imagine is the temple.
Yeah.
So that's where we need to go. Yes.
Yes. Let us
Now-
be on our way.
Yes, we shall continue to walk
All right. So,
slowly on the ground.
slowly on the ground into the woods.
Yep.
On the ground. Yes.
Except for Sienna,
What do you
who
think
is
of
perched
it?
on Jason's shoulder,
I'm going to
as
end up
acting
very
as a
dust-
lookout.
I'm going to end up with very dusty feet. I don't like this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how tall are you, Miru?
How tall is
Personal
Maro
question,
again?
sorry.
No,
You're taller
I wrote
than
this
Sienna,
down.
but shorter.
Yeah,
Barely,
everyone's
by
taller
like 2
than me.
inches. By like 2 inches.
I hope everyone's aware I am a 4-foot burb.
4 foot.
So-
Okay.
So Miru is about 4 foot as well?
No, he's like
Or is
No.
he-
I would
No.
say
Maro was more
4
like
foot 4.
4 foot. Maro was more like 5 foot. 5'6", 5'5".
5 foot? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Mary
Mary
was just
no.
a
No, sorry, no. No, definitely closer to 5 foot in general.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna be
Sienna's
like,
like 4 foot and
Yeah, it's
like
like 4
pure
foot 10.
muscle.
because I was gonna be like 5'6" is me. So anyhow,
Yeah, no, it's
anyhow.
Maro is short.
Not as short as Sienna.
Sienna's like dwarf short. Maro is like tall dwarf short.
It's called being pocket sized.
Only if you have pockets.
No, it's called being shoulder size.
Shoulders.
Alright, so I'm assuming we're headed towards the wooded area where we think the temple is.
Yes. Yeah. So, do either of you have a compass or know how to read the sun?
My main job
I
is trying
have-
to
I
get
have-
around and
Mm,
do
Yeah.
something.
His main job is trying to get around. I have like survival instincts and everything. That is a +5 in wisdom.
All right.
So-
I need
I've lived basically my entire life out on a farm, so
All right. So, which one of y'all rolling to get the direction?
you said you had a +5?
Yeah, I have a +5.
Alright, I'll give you advantage.
Sweet.
Hang on. I think I need to double check this real quick because I'm pretty sure characters.
Also, didn't we have
Like-
a map?
Yes. Is Michael still holding it, or did Sienna snipe it?
Yes.
I probably
am,
sniped
Taking
it
anything
to.
from him.
I am proficient in a navigator's tools.
Okay.
Okay, so then Miru probably should be the one to.
Yeah. So I mean,
I don't.
Meru and I,
I
are
don't
probably
have
gonna.
navigator's tools.
Yeah. Meru and I are probably gonna like confer on the map.
Okay. So Michael says, "If y'all can handle it, here you go," and hands it to you, both of
And
you.
what?
The map.
Okay. Yeah.
Map? Okay.
So my roll was a 16 +5. So we're looking at 21 total. Yeah. Map.
So, you're pretty confident in finding the general direction of of northeast. And you say, okay, let's go that way in whatever fashion you decide to do so. So
I'm pretty sure since I'm helping navigate, I'm gonna be up towards the front. But also, I'm perched on lookout.
yeah.
Sorry, I was just writing my proficiencies in. Was I the one making the roll with the... Do we have a compass? Do we have a compass?
Because Michael does not have a compass.
Okay.
I don't know if I have one. Check.
I'll check to see which direction the sun is going and compare it to my knowledge of which direction is north and south.
How overcast
I've
is
been
it?
up since sunrise, since before sunrise.
It's
I rise with the animal.
It's a clear day out, so the sun is
Clear day?
exposed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, I can navigate by that.
Yeah.
All right.
So, should I make the navigation roll then, or?
I thought
Yeah.
Sienna already did so.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Yeah, I did so.
Sorry. In that case,
Oh,
I'm
you're good.
leading you.
Yeah, I mean, I had advantage from someone, I think.
Yeah, from Jason.
Whether it was Jason or Meru.
It was
Whether it was
Jason.
from Jason or Meru, it's up to y'all. But so we're headed towards what we think is the temple, which is the building in the woods.
So all y'all start heading off into the into the woods, and it's about I want to say 30 minutes in when the sun starts to become hard to see, and the
Because of like fog or trees or
trees. The area becomes very thick with foliage, and it feels like you're walking up and down hills. Roll again to make sure that you're staying on the right direction.
With advantage or disadvantage or
Only
anything special?
I'm going to say disadvantage because of the lack of sun and you don't have a compass.
Okay. Please don't be a nat one. Please don't be a nat one. Okay, so I've got a 12 and an 18. And then my +5 for wisdom, so we're looking at 12, 17. After disadvantage.
So, looking at the map and then looking at the path you were going and also looking at the different signifiers around you with the trees and the way that the wind goes and everything, you're pretty sure, actually, you're like 85% sure that you're still going the right way.
So, all right, guys, I'm decently sure this is still the path we're supposed to be on. Given that we don't have a compass and it's getting dark. Thankfully, I have night vision.
can't we have one of the birds fly up and look
and set over there? Then that means that way. That means that way is north.
Why can't you guys just fly up and look at the sun? Make sure we're going there.
Sienna's like, we can, but there's very heavy. How did you describe it, Yiva?
I said foliage.
Foliage. There's very heavy foliage around us, so I don't think we'll be able to fly up too far without getting stuck in the branches.
Is that a thing you birds have to deal with?
Yes.
Getting stuck in branches? I'm so sorry.
Okay, let me put it this way. We are lighter than you. If we are trying to fly up through branches does not work.
By this time, Teldian has most likely finished his soup, I'm assuming.
Teldian, have you finished your soup?
I'm like getting the last pieces of it out, but like I'm being very gentle with the last few pieces as to like not make any noise with like the silverware on the bowl.
Oh my gosh.
Roll for stealth.
Okay.
The pure and utter. Anyhow.
Am I actually rolling for stealth?
No.
You should. You should anyways.
I mean, my rolls are always horrible.
Did you actually roll?
Oh, I totally did.
Oh, I'm curious. Just tell me.
I'm looking at what my modifier. Oh, wait, that's not as bad as a 12.
Oh.
Could be worse.
Not bad.
It's like, I forgot I was proficient in stealth.
Yeah, exactly.
As
It's
you
just like, wait, what
Like,
am I
it was-
rogue?
Like it's still like under 10 roll, but you know,
Yeah.
+4. So hey.
Hey.
Hey. So you're gently eating the soup. A couple of nearby like birds and little critters are still like turning to look at you because they hear a pretty much. Yeah. So I guess you're almost done with the soup.
As we're finishing up heading in the direction I'm assuming. Okay. So how far along are we on this lovely path?
Well, you've been walking for 30 minutes. Is anyone keeping watch?
I am. Well, also
I'd like to
navigating.
think
Because I'm looking around.
I'll keep an eye out.
We're not just
Okay.
doing that thing like the seven dwarves do, whistling and singing while they're just walking and trampling through the woods.
I mean, I don't know your life. Anyhow.
Hello, hello. Off to the temple we go. Do, 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 do.
So,
Okay, so
sorry. So, a couple more minutes in, like 20 more minutes, and the hills just keep getting to get more varied in size. It's actually starting to slow down what you perceive as your progress, because it's always an up and a down. But the trees are starting to thin, so you can see more of where the sunlight hits now.
Okay.
if
can
they're
I-
thinning,
can
can
I
one of
try
us? Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I try and fly up there and see if I can get a little bit more of an aerial view?
Mm-hmm. All right. So you're going to fly up. I'm guessing that you're flying up after the trees begin to thin.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm assuming that if there's enough room for the sunlight, then there's enough room for me to climb.
Yeah.
At least a little bit.
So the trees thin a bit, and you're able to fly up to a place, squirm around a couple of branches, fly up, squirm. And once you reach the tree canopy, you do a bit of a circle around, and you see the trees completely thin into one, like, little cleared out area. But it doesn't really look like there are any buildings. All you're seeing is a hill, like a pretty sizable hill, along with the hills that you've already been tramping over.
A hill?
Yes.
Them
So-
trampy hills.
A hill that... Okay, if I circle a little bit higher, can I see where the road was back where we came from?
A little higher. Yes. It'd be a couple of yards, but yes. You can see the road where y'all came from, and you've been going pretty much in a straight path.
Seeing the sun, can I tell if we've been going the right direction?
Seeing the sun, yes. And keep in mind, I'm
Okay.
still working off of the previous navigation roll.
I didn't roll that.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
that's true. I kind of
I'm
just
saying at the very least, we're going the same direction we're trying to go.
yes,
Right? Like northeast off the road.
yes,
For like an hour.
yes. It's
Okay.
been about 45
all-
minutes at this point, though.
Okay. Okay, it's been about 45 minutes, and all I've seen on my round here is a hill, like all the other hills we've gone up and over.
Yeah, though it is cleared.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna see if I can carefully make my way back down.
Okay.
So how was it? Any branches getting your way?
A couple actually. It wasn't all that easy, but I was able to make it. I can't really see anything. It seems like we've gone the right direction. I can see the road from having gone up a little bit higher. But it looks like the only thing we're heading towards is a hill that's actually... It seems like it's been cleared of forestry. Something of a grassy thing.
Like
Beyond
the
that, it
trees
doesn't-
were cleared,
Trees, underbrush as well.
then perhaps there is a building up there then.
I saw no building.
Still can go towards the area and investigate it.
Yeah, at the very least, we, you and I can
Yeah.
have freer reign of the sky there.
Sienna, at this point, I think is gonna kind of take to the skies and like try and like softly fly over there while still like investigating the area.
All right. Could you roll investigation for me?
Anything but a nat 1 would be great, dice.
Talking to your dice, that's a good way to get a 1.
Yeah, right?
Just be
It's
polite.
worked so far. It's worked so far. So I've got a 15 plus 2, so 17.
Okay. So you are flying up ahead after, flying up and dodging, and once you get over the canopy, you think you see what Mary was talking about. In a bit of a distance from you, there is a hill that has no trees directly on it, and a little removed back from the base as well.
Can I like kind of like get a hold of everyone's attention and like point in the direction we're going?
If they can see you.
I mean, I'm a dark bird with dark brown or black pants.
Yeah, but you still
The minute
are.
she took off from my shoulder, I would have been trying to keep an eye on her.
Okay. All right. So roll perception for me, Jason.
16.
All right. You managed to see her through the trees. So I'm guessing you motion to everyone else.
Yeah, if she's trying to get our attention, then yeah, I absolutely.
Yeah,
will.
you just see me like, hey, and then you see me like point,
Mm.
like very clearly, like that is the direction we're going in.
Okay. I indicate that to everybody else and head that way.
All right.
Sienna says that way.
You can hear her?
She motioned, she waved and pointed,
Wow.
which is fantastic for her to be able to pull off while flying in the air like that.
Yes, considering that for some reason she has their wings on her arms. I don't understand.
Oh, and I want to specify I left the map with the group.
Mm-hmm.
I want to specify that before it comes into question, so that way the group knows you have the map.
Well, Mara's gonna pull up the map.
I orient the map with the way I compare the direction she's pointing to, the direction that maps usually go. Top is north, right? So I check to make sure that what she's pointing to aligns with what the map says would be the direction for the thing, with where we think we are. But in the end, she's pointing that way, so that's the way I'm gonna go.
So, walking about another 10 minutes, you get to seeing the clearing past everything else, and surely enough, there is a big hill. Seems a bit conspicuous, but it is a big hill, and maybe a trench. But that's about what you're seeing, unless somebody wants to roll perception.
A trench?
Yes.
On the...
I'll roll perception.
Okay.
If anyone would like to join in.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
No.
Since we seem to be possibly lost, I'm definitely gonna be like keeping an eye out.
That's a 13.
16.
Do you think the building is in the temple is in the sky?
If it is a drow temple, it might be underground.
Are drow underground folk?
At this
So
point,
I've
Sienna
been
does
told.
get into the clearing with everyone, by the way.
Okay. So, from Ziona's roll, you see a hill with maybe a trench? It's kind of hard to tell. With Jason's roll, it's a hill with a trench, though there seems to be darker spots from where the trench meets the bottom of the hill.
What kind of darker spot?
They look almost like holes.
So it looks like there's a cavern entrance.
This time, what time of day is it right now?
This could be the temple.
It's about like, I want to say 10:30, because y'all got, no, it took, yeah. It's about 10:30. Y'all got up at 9, y'all interrogated the captives, had breakfast, and headed out.
Okay.
And Sienna investigate a little bit.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna roll. Ooh. Investigation +2, so 18 +2, dirty 20.
So, you've already landed into the clearing, and you decide, hey, I'm gonna poke around this hill for a bit. It's very conspicuous. So, looking around, the hill doesn't seem quite like it was formed naturally. But as you're looking, your foot slips and you fall into the trench. And there you see a couple of openings.
So I just want to clarify for everyone. Sienna was like running around, right? Just like I showed Yvonne in that one TikTok. Wings extended, like legs like launching Sienna all over the hill and trench, and slipped like on
So
her.
Sienna was Naruto running across this place.
Basically.
Kind of like her wings were like fully extended, like running around, like just trampling around, and then like slips, and then you just see like her full body like go back as she slides down the hill, like. And then, like,
Okay.
she turns around, sees the opening, and she's like, oh, hey! Some openings, guys!
Are you okay?
As she's, like, covered in, like, dirt and, like,
Are you okay?
gravel. She's like, I'm fine! As she, like, she pulls out, like, some rocks out of her feathers.
Don't look directly at it, Meru.
There's, like...
Yeah, no. Meru's reaction is basically...
the
As,
complete
like,
horror.
Meru can probably see, like, big, like, brown
Meru throws up a
dirt
little bit in his
spots
mouth.
that, like, see, and, like, green, like, grass spots, and Sienna's just, like, brushing off, like, I found it!
Oh, poor Meru.
I found an opening!
Also, we have to go underground.
I would assume
Not a
so.
problem.
The drow, from what I've been told, tend to prefer the underground.
Yes, well, I'm not a drow.
You can stay out here if you want.
Keep guard.
Hell. Nobody else here to protect you. Keep you safe. Keep your feathers clean.
Nope.
We
Nope.
do have light sources.
I will go
As-
down with you. I will go down with you.
Well, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable.
No.
Okay. If you insist.
I'm going down with you.
Okay. If you insist.
So,
They're looking at these openings. Is it just like a drop? Like how far down does it go?
the trench goes down about like 5.5 feet, but the openings are about 7 feet. So there's about what? So there's
2 feet
about
of clearance above the trench.
yes, which were the dark spots that you were seeing earlier.
Got it. I was wondering.
So they just saw Sienna disappear.
Yeah.
Well,
But then
Zayada.
we heard from behind
Run
after
and
she
then-
disappeared. Found it.
Just a couple loose feathers that fall through the air.
Oh my gosh.
And then they heard her voice.
Oh God, Santa, are you all right?
And then, like, they're just like, oh god. And then they just hear, hey, there's an opening. Opening.
Zayada, with some pepper step, heads straight for the opening and makes her way down.
All right.
Do we need to make like a dexterity saving throw or anything to slide down this hill unhurt?
Yeah, I'm gonna like
Should I
attach
be
a rope
rolling
to like a pin.
damage?
6 foot tall kid. 6 foot tall kid.
On,
Or tie a rope to a branch or something like that.
no.
Maybe a rock.
No.
I'll help Ziana down. In fact, I'll help everybody down.
I'm getting a rope together so people can use that to get down.
For 5 feet.
Was it only 5 feet? Oh, just kidding.
It's only 5 feet.
Like
But
5.5.
then I'm
help
4
Diana.
foot, so
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
can also fly.
But you already
But I
fell in,
slipped.
so.
yeah. I slipped. So therefore.
Oops. I'm sorry. I slipped. Anyhow,
All right.
yeah, as you should.
What do my elf
I-
eyes see?
I give everybody a hand down before jumping down myself.
All right. Just so y'all know, if I can actually get this aligned correctly. Evil. All right. Just so y'all know, and you'll see it on the stream very soon. That's
Ooh.
kind of that's the pretty much the shape of the hill that you've seen now that you've gotten into the trench.
Wow.
Fancy.
Okay, so is this like a dome underneath?
That's the hill.
Okay, is this looking at it from on top or?
No, this is like
Probably the black. I think the black, vertical black darkened spots are the openings we've been seeing,
yes.
and then like around the base there
Oh.
would be the.
So this is like
trench.
Sienna's point of view.
Yes.
So this is like some sort of mound structure.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Ooh.
So we thought it was a hill, but it's more like a building
Mm-hmm.
with stuff growing on top, like grass or
Can-
whatever.
Can
Like
I take
grass.
a second and point out something that's completely out of character and completely unrelated to anything?
No.
When Diana asked what do her elf eyes see,
Mm-hmm.
her subtitles said, "What do my elf eyes see?" Elf icy. Now
Elf
available
Icy
in-
sounds delicious right now.
So,
Elf icy. Now available in wood, high, and drow flavors.
wow. And so I'm guessing y'all all slide into this ditch and go inside the mound.
Yes.
Uh,
What
How
could
far?
possibly go wrong?
Sienna's eager to go in, so.
Did any of y'all bring or turn on any light sources?
I have a light. I have a light source
Yeah.
that we could use.
Yeah. Sienna has dark vision, so.
Okay.
Yeah. I think everybody. No, Miru doesn't have dark vision.
Mara does not have dark vision.
Neither
Jason
do I.
doesn't have it.
Mason?
Jason.
Oh, I was like, his name's Michael. How? Why did you?
Mike was just following y'all, by the way.
Ziana
Okay.
will
Yeah,
cast
I've got
dancing
coordinates and
lights.
stuff.
Okay.
So
One of the people that we let go earlier, his name was Mason, and he's been with us the whole time. We just haven't paid attention.
so now there is
He's the
a
one who got glared at by the girl, and by the woman, and he's like,
He's like, I'm not staying with her. She's gonna kill me.
He pulls a
There are
donkey from
now
shit. Can I stay
little
with you?
floating lights by
Stay
by
with you.
Mary and Jason and Michael
All right.
with my dancing lights cantrip.
So, while y'all enter into this mound with the dancing lights, what you see looks a little like, if I can find the thing to actually do the thing. I'm so good at words. It looks like this. The inside has columns that look like they're made out of stone themselves, but natural stone that grew up from the ground, as well as columns made out of a strange crystal you've never seen before that has a shine of a kind of iridescent silver.
Ziana is glued to these crystals, just checking them all out.
And in the center, you can see a silver-looking disc-like circle about the width of 2 arm spans, and a thinner circle outlining it in purple, encrusted with these same jewels.
Can I
Anything
investigate
looking
that?
familiar, Ziana?
Would this be history or investigation or what are we looking
Yeah.
at?
What would this all be?
Whatever you do, Mara says, don't touch anything and don't get too close to anything just yet.
Oh yes, of course. This is
I know of some magics. I don't know what any of these do. And this looks like a magical place.
indeed.
I cast detect magic.
Detect magic?
I don't have any magic.
He's a
Oh, right. Gosh darn it, you're a fighter! Ah, curse you.
Now, I can take a few moments to cast detect magic, a spell which will allow me to, at the very least, tell what in here is magical. If not, what it does. I might be able to make a good guess.
Yes.
Actually gonna be
Do that, Meru. That sounds like a good idea.
Okay. All right. Just a moment. Pulls out a spell book, and
All right. So,
this will take me maybe 10 minutes or so.
All right.
So, he steps off to the side so that everybody else can look around as much as they so choose.
Yeah,
And
I want to make sure I get an investigation on those crystals.
Yeah, same.
begins
I'll
reading
aid.
Making sure not to touch it.
Lengthy incantation.
I'll aid Zion.
all right. Ziana, roll investigation for me.
All right. And with that aid, will this be at advantage or?
Yes, it would be.
All right. Awesome. Because that was a 4. That's not much better. 11 total.
Ooh,
That's
pretty
fine. It's not a
pillars.
4.
Ooh, pretty pillars.
Ouch.
As you're walking around the pillars, did someone?
Oh, I just unmuted.
Oh, weird.
Oh,
with Diana walking around, holding the dancing lights kind of around her, she's looking at the crystal pillars in particular shift into tones of purple and green and blue. They seem to linger on purple before shifting back to silver with direct light. When you move away, you feel like you can almost see a bit of a glow come off them, but it's too quick to tell. From what you can see, there's nothing else of note.
I wonder if these crystals themselves are innately magical.
So, should we say 10 minutes are up?
As
Yeah.
Rathmetrion Zymphos.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, there we go. Magic spell done.
It is. We're at the.
Not canon.
When are we taking the? Don't we try to take a break at the halfway mark?
Yes, I was going to
Is
say
that a thing we're still gonna do?
yes. I was going to say that once we finish with this zone, we'll take a break.
Okay. All right. Cool.
All right. So yeah, I finished the spell, and there's a faint arcane sort of cloudiness that sort of starts wisping away from my eyes.
Ah. So your eyes look like they're smoking. And
Yes, a faint,
Not healthy.
a faint like cyan.
so,
Now,
Looking-
as long as I can tell when there is something magical within 30 feet of me, and unless we're in a combat scenario, I can pretty much instantly tell what school of magic might be applied to whatever magical effects are around.
mm-hmm. So, from looking around you, could you point out where you are on the image for me, though? It's oriented north top.
Okay, and we came in from the south?
You came in from the southeast. Or
Southeast?
actually, it's southwest, actually. But,
It's southwest, yeah.
yeah.
Alright, I'm pretty much... I've been back to the wall, sort of reading the spell off as I was working on it. Trying to stay a decent little ways away from everything.
I see.
Like stepping off to the side right next to the door, so that I could let people in, but and not take up the space, but not trying to get any closer to everything.
Uh-huh. So, looking at the everything, you're not seeing any magic come off of, like, the pillars or anything, but you do see a faint glow coming off the circle in the middle. Seems to be arcane on the outside and divine on the inside?
School of Magic is more along the lines of evocation or illusion.
Oh,
or
yeah.
necromantic.
I was thinking, wait, you said school, right?
Yes, those are schools of magic.
Okay, what was I thinking? Okay.
Well,
Category?
divine divination. That's a school.
Divination is a thing, but it's not divine. Older editions made a distinction between arcane, divine, infernal, and primal magic, I believe.
Yes. That's what I was operating off of, and I apologize.
It's okay. It's nice to have. I'm not going to complain. Just letting you know what that's about. But beyond that, the schools are evocation, illusion, transfiguration,
Transmutation
transmutation,
and abjuration.
abjuration, necromantic, illusion.
Is an illusion one of the other?
Enchantment.
Well,
2 illusion schools, apparently.
From
Oh,
what?
I'm sorry, I said illusion twice.
I think so.
It's tough to remember, and I don't have my player handbook on me at the moment.
So
Abjuration, transmutation, conjuration, divination, enchantment, evocation, illusion, and necromancy.
mm-hmm.
Oh,
And illusionary.
If you need a description of any of them, let me know.
I already have it pulled up.
I'm
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to send a link, but if you got it.
All right. So, from what you're seeing at the edge, you're seeing a good amount of transmutation energy. But
Okay.
further in, you're seeing divination.
Divination. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, so far it seems like the only thing here that's magical is that structure in the center. The crystals seem to be safe.
So has anybody walked into the magical circle yet?
No.
Sienna's gonna.
I feel like we've been keeping pretty much
I
near the door we came in.
don't
Yeah.
know if that's
I'm
the
gonna-
best idea, Sienna, though I do it.
Sienna doesn't say it. She just starts heading like.
I'm gonna
I will begin to make a
hand
very
on head.
close circuit around the entire circuit of the structure.
Mm.
To like try to look for any more magic.
Basically, its range is 30 feet, so I may as well.
So
Yeah.
how
Maybe like
is the-
attach some rope to Sienna before she walks into the circle, so
I
we can
have
like
my
pull her out
hand
if
on
something
her
goes
head, on
wrong.
top of her head right now.
How close are you to me? Were you walking
So
around?
she's
with...
like trying to stomp her way in, and you're like, no.
Can I roll a strength check to break that?
I'm not trying to like grab you and pull you back. I'm just kind of being like, hold on a second, like a tap on the
Okay.
shoulder. Like
Can I roll? Okay.
Against his
I think if
strength?
you
it's
contest,
not gonna be a contested thing. So
like if you try to contest, you're just gonna
like
win.
again, I'm not trying to grapple you or anything like that. I'm more or less doing a
Because he
glorified tap
just
on
said
the
I
head.
put hand on head or shoulder, and
Hand
I
on
didn't
head.
get a chance to say anything.
Well, okay, so if you do want to roll,
Just like a acrobatics or something to like just maneuver around.
just like a dodge check kind of
Just
a thing.
a
Yeah.
roll to see whether Jason has an arm still.
Bruh.
I mean, fair.
I mean, sure, I guess.
I just want to see if Sienna can be any more athletic around Jason and be like, nope,
Was Jason disarmed or not?
because Sienna's gonna cause the chaos.
Of course.
In this. Well, that's gonna be a 21 total.
Wow.
19 plus 2.
So
Well,
you...
I'm gonna say that the DC was like a 1.
So you pretty much...
Because again, it was kind of the equivalent of like trying to like get her attention essentially. But okay.
So barely even noticing, you pretty much rip out of his grasp as soon as he touches you and go barreling into the middle.
Okay,
Sienna,
possibly go.
that
Wait, no, come back.
You
You Willy Wonka.
Does anything happen to me as soon as I step in, or am I okay?
step in and you notice where you're stepping is colder, but nothing happens to you physically.
I was about to say if I just
What do we
implode
see?
upon myself.
What do we see?
You see, somehow, things dim a little bit.
And it's not colder for the rest of us, right? It's
No.
just-
Philip, when you say things dim a little bit, do you mean that she dims upon going into it?
No, just the surroundings dim a little bit.
Like someone's
Okay.
got a light fader and just turns it down a little bit.
Yeah.
So is there an ambient source of light here? Coming from the crystals and all
Even
that?
though other than Ziana's dancing lights.
well,
The-
the crystals were giving off a little bit of light.
Mm.
Is that the case? I know they were colored, but I didn't know that they were giving off light.
From what Ziana rolled, they seem to give off light as she moves her own light away, but it's very quick, so she couldn't really tell.
I see.
What is in the circle with me again? Is there anything?
Now that you're closer into the circle, you see something written in a language at the edge, and the center seems to be a strange circling of patterns. What languages do you speak again?
I speak Common and Elvish as of right now.
Okay. So, from looking at the text, it looks kind of like Elvish, but it seems like none of the words are quite right.
It's probably
Is there
written
any-
throughout.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Is there any way that I can interpret something or get someone who might know another language to
Sayana.
investigate it?
Ziona, I think you were called for.
Yes.
Ziona.
Okay.
What was that?
Ziana will very gingerly step out into the circle to try and see what if she can decipher anything on this language.
Okay, so as soon as Ziona steps into the middle of the circle, or into the silver part of the circle, the lights brighten again, and the purple part around you starts to cleave and turns into 2 sets of stairs flanking directly east and west, going downward.
Oh.
Fascinating.
Oh. Wow. Ah. And
You're the chosen one.
Yeah, no, that Mara was about to say that. Oh my goodness, Zion is the chosen one. Does Ziona tick off any magical senses?
What?
I can see magic. Is she magic?
She is not magic. I'm sorry.
Dang it!
She is magic. She is the school of everything.
She is
my
a
secret.
god.
No, Ziona will
I'm
go
gonna
down one of the
head down.
stairs.
I'm gonna head down the same one Ziona goes down.
Yeah, I'm following.
All right.
I've got a few minutes left on my magic sense, so I'm going downstairs too.
Okay. So
We're going down.
Alright,
We're going
follow
further
down.
down. We're going further down. This is not okay.
Before I follow them down the stairs, I want to make a quick check around the. First off, you said it got brighter.
yes.
Does that mean the ambient light from the crystals got brighter than they were before,
Yes.
or just brighter compared to the dim?
Brighter than they were before, even before Sienna stepped into the circle.
So, did Ziana try reading that text that Sienna found?
I don't believe she did.
No, Ziana, she stepped in the middle, saw the stairs, and she just took off.
I would also like to make a check to see if I can find just a quick look around the room to see if there's anything that I would have asked this earlier, but other people were doing other things, so I didn't want to interrupt. But do I see anything that might be equivalent to something shiny asked for by the countesses?
The crystals?
Something that very specifically they would like, very specifically, that I would know that they would like.
Currently, no. Everything is 2 in the raw.
Okay. Alright, then I follow them down the stairs.
All right. So as you go down the stairs, you descend deeper and deeper into what feels like an inky darkness.
I
And
like those. Oh, wait, I don't.
Howie is of 2 minds right now. Literally speaking in terror And Howie is saying, "I'm in love."
Howie and Miro are at odds right now.
Yes.
And
Yes.
as you descend deeper, the players will actually take a break and we'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Oh man. Okay.
15-minute delve.
No.
15 minutes
That
of
was
Meru flipping out and Howie being extremely happy about this.
All right. So we'll see y'all in 15.
15 minutes. Oh man, my detect magic will
Don't
be up.
forget
by
to
then.
run ads.
What?
Come on, don't forget to run ads.
All right. I always forget. That's actually a redemption now, but anyway.
I know, I saw that. That's why I said it, because I noticed that.
All right, so we'll see you in 15. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We have taken our wow. We've taken our 15-minute intermission, and we are now
Regretting inviting Jamey.
maybe.
I mean, that's
Jamey
the
is our
standard
friend.
existence of literally anybody who's ever invited me to anything ever. So
Jamey
Yep.
is our friend, though.
For now.
am I?
Yes. What the hell, man? All right. So
I need validation. Anyway, sorry. What you were saying?
Come on, DM.
just a warning for everyone. I'm kind of going a little off the cuff here. And so I'll be kind of setting things up as they happen. Don't judge me, please. Thank
But
you.
also, on the bright side, we have confirmed that our Christmas special is going to be a sing-along.
Oh
So
my
we're gonna do a Christmas Carol.
wow.
Just so you all are aware.
All
The
right.
D&D Christmas Carol. Hell yeah.
Yep.
And that means that if you want the DM to kill us before Christmas, get your votes in now.
Wow.
Each vote is worth $10.
Wow.
Yo, what if Yvonne just ran a meat grinder and had like a 20,000 points rocks fall every selected player character dies redeem.
Anyway,
Only be 20k.
Why is
Maybe
it?
like 100k.
Nah, like it's a meat grinder. You have 4 or 5 backup characters and keep writing new ones in between sessions.
Just always choose Howie's character because he likes creating new characters.
Oh, I'm
Look,
upset.
No. I'm proposing a meat grinder campaign, one that is designed to function like this.
Yeah, just kill Howie's over and over again. Some of us
Make
get
it a
attached to our
dysfunctional meat
characters.
grinder and only Howie's character dies.
Wow. This is all very
Howie-
mean.
Oh my god, you killed Howie!
You guys.
Oh my god, he killed Howie. You.
So anyway,
So, also, another warning, because apparently my designing program hates me enough to do this. I was going to actually do things while updating it in my equivalent of Photoshop, but OBS said no! So, I'm going to... Actually, no, I'm still gonna do it, because they can't hold me down. They can't.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You
And-
tell him.
I'm just gonna be
we're
taking
not
a
gonna fake it.
few more moments in getting this situated. I apologize for the wait.
Well, in that case, what Christmas songs would we be singing for the Christmas special?
Hopefully,
Well, we
nothing
definitely-
that's copyrighted.
We absolutely have to come up with a 12 days of Christmas.
Oh, geez. Okay. I
Deck
think
deck the halls with halls of folly.
what?
Right? We need
Deck the bars
suggestions
with
for this
bars
Christmas
of Holly.
Carol.
Rah, 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 rah.
Wow.
Ora.
All right. So I think, for the most part,
We're
ready to go.
To be jar.
also, once again, please don't judge me. Thank you. Cool. No judging.
We only
me?
judge you based on how well you do.
Wow. So that's comforting.
We're
All right.
super generous about it, though.
Okay, so if you would look at the stream, you end up in the middle here. About about the same area where you were standing, or where you were standing before, above ground. The shape of the area seems to be generally the same as before, except there are a couple of exits that you can see, or not exits, entryways that you can see here, here, and here. Also, There are a couple of crystals encrusted everywhere. Just imagine that you can see them.
Okay, are they like in the walls?
They're embedded on the floor and in the walls, yes.
Embedded on the floor and on the walls. Okay, any magic coming from this area? I do still have at least a few minutes left. It's a 10-minute duration
Mm-hmm.
on the magic site.
From what you're seeing, no.
I spread out. Ziana will spread out her dancing lights and just kind of have them bounce off different corners of the room to see what she can reveal with them at the time that they have left.
Oh, how long is your dancing lights?
They only last a minute.
Mm.
It's a cantrip though. You can cast it.
Yeah, so I can't just cast it over. No.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're looking at the light bouncing off
infinite.
of each of the walls, and it looks
Mhm.
like this place used to be fairly decorated, but you're seeing things that have been removed, taken from each of the walls, and it has like, I would say, a visible emptiness, like dust around what would have been there. Not in the shape of
So-
squares and circles like normal photos, but more organic looking shapes that you can't quite put your finger on.
So does this look the way you would think it would look if some people had already been here and looted the place?
Perhaps.
Or is this more of they evacuated and took some of their prized artifacts with them?
Or
Perhaps.
perhaps there's weathering.
I was going to say there's apparently another chosen one.
A
One.
chosen two?
There have been crazier things.
Oh,
Stories I've heard.
just so you know, looking to what would be the south, looking there, you see as that entrance spread out into a bigger room. It seems like there might be some carvings, a statue or two there, something that looks like it was set up to be a place of worship.
Could Ziana check out one of the statues?
Okay. So Ziana walks over into this next room, which ends up fanning out into a wide space. Across this wall.
Sienna's gonna follow. Sienna's gonna
That's
follow
fine.
because do not
Okay.
split up the party.
Yeah.
Across,
Yeah, I'll be trailing up the rear, but I'm following.
trailing up the rear, Jason follows both Sienna and Ziana and Teldian
Yes.
as they.
And I'll go as well.
Mm.
I'll cast on dancing lights again, so my non-dark vision allies have some form of light.
Mm. So, looking around, you see a few statues left around. You see what seems to be a stone sword, a stone like mini harp, and then the statue of a woman right in these crosshairs. Around you can see there was also things that used to be there, but they were taken or whatever. They don't look like they were destroyed with age, because then there would be remnants, and there are no remnants. Along with that, you see the jewels encrusted into the floor and the walls, and also a carving right in front of these three statues. A carving on the floor right in front of these three statues.
Well,
What's
so
the
one of these statues was like you said it was a female?
A female, yes.
I'd like to make a history check, see if I recognize this figure at all.
Okay, history check.
Okay. 10.
10. Looking at the statue, you peer and you squint, and she doesn't look like anyone you've read about, but she does feel familiar. You can't quite put your finger on it.
For some reason, this one just... It looks so familiar, but I have no idea from where.
Could I get a better look? Also, is there any magic going on in here?
Magic?
Yep.
A
As I
little bit.
imagine I'm probably on my last minute or so here.
Yes. Your last, minute or a couple of seconds, you see magic, illusion magic, coming from the carving on the floor in front of these statues.
What's the
Okay.
carving of?
Stepping back, you end up reading the carving, which is on the floor. It seems like it was hastily written in common, but there are glints of that iridescent silver in some of the letters. And it says, in all caps, by the way, "For when you need drink, you will only find oil. For when you need food, you will only find gems. Gold will not shield you from the scalding sun, nor coin from the harsh weather. The only true wealth is freedom, which we will reclaim."
That's interesting.
And you said this was just written in common.
Yes.
Do I see any more? Are there any other languages?
Can
jotted
you
down?
can you write that out in Discord or something like that, so we can take a closer look at it and write in our notes and stuff?
Yes. I'm going to quickly turn back to the screen of our faces so nobody sees me pull up the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move one of the glowing blobs of light up around the face so Meru can get a good look at it.
Yeah.
Then I will do an investigation check around the room.
Important question for Meru, though. Is this the illusion magic?
Mm-hmm.
Is that surrounding the lettering, or the stone surrounding, the inset backdrop, whatever you might call it, or is it?
Well, there's some silver glints in the text. I wonder if there's a text under the text.
True.
But- Yes, the illusion magic is coming from the silver glints in the text.
Okay. Can I get down and try and touch some of these silver glints? Are they illusory, as in my hand goes through them, or?
No. You touch them, nothing happens. And also your detect magic is pretty much on its last legs right now.
I'm assuming it's gone by now.
Okay. It fades as you touch them. But no, your hands don't pass through the silvery glints.
Can I do a history check on the statues and the area?
I'm going to say... I'm sorry.
Can I do a history check?
On the same.
on the statues.
All three of them.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Do you want me to roll separately for all three? Or do you just want me to make a generic roll?
Just make an overall roll.
While they're doing this, I'm keeping an eye out for things that I think that the countesses would like.
Okay.
Like they.
I'm gonna say as well. By the way, whatever's going on with this carving on the floor, these silvery flecks seem to be illusory. Whoever put this here wanted it to be seen. I don't know why.
You got a 17, by the way.
Looking at the main figure, she does not look like somebody from history. She kind of looks like Ziana, but
The chosen one.
she kind of looks like Ziana, except maybe a decade older. And extended to the right and left of her are the stone sword and the handheld harp. It looks like the stone sword is made to be something that's commonly wielded or was wielded by the drow. Made to be easy to move, kind of thin, but not like the rapier that Ziana has. And the mini harp just looks like a mini harp. From history, a sign of merriment, of peace, and that's really all you got.
So, as far as the silvery glint goes, are those specifically on the letters? And, like, could I potentially try reading the letters that have the glint on them? Like, if I ignore all the other letters, does that make out anything?
What languages can you speak?
I've got Celestial, Common, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
So you look, and seeing where the silvery iridescent glints are, you're not really piecing together what it's supposed to say. Like, it looks like it should be something, but it kind of just looks like gibberish.
Okay. And if I just deliberately read out loud just the gibberish that I'm reading, do I see anything on Ziana's face? Any sense of recognition?
Ziana, what languages do you know?
Celestial, Common, and Elvish.
No, nothing in particular.
Okay.
I knew I should have taken comprehend languages.
Out of curiosity, is it halfling?
No, not from what you can see.
Okay. How about Orin?
Nope.
Okay. Or primordial in general.
Nope.
Okay.
So, since part of the mission is to find stuff for a museum from Ziana, that objective, I'm gonna go up and kind of inspect the sword and harp and say we might want to take these when we're ready to leave. But I'm gonna go up and inspect the sword, because obviously weapons. But I am gonna try and see, like, just kind of how heavy everything is. Like, I'm gonna go and like feel the sword and see how heavy that would be.
All right.
To like lug around, because I don't want to lug it around if it's gonna be heavy.
Don't mind me. I'm just placing down some tokens.
Oh.
We're getting ambushed,
Good
guys.
side.
No ambush.
Here we go.
Just wanted to.
Because I touched everything.
No, guys.
It's okay. It's okay. We're just.
I touch the sword and everything shatters. Like, it rumbles and...
We're doing that thing where, like, oh,
counter shattering.
help! The DM is smiling. This is not good, guys. Type of thing.
Like, just, like, talking to, not talking, looking at the stone sword, it looks heavy. It's not really wieldable as a sword, being that the tip of it is on a platform. But
yeah, it's more like a statue, I assume.
yes. But
And hopefully nothing happens when I actually touch it.
no.
Just kind of like inspecting the statues.
A bit of dust falls away, but other than that, no, nothing happens.
Okay. I am gonna let the group know, like, well, this all looks pretty regular. However, I don't recognize the figure, the woman. I mean, the woman kind of looks like Sayana, but older in a way. But otherwise, it doesn't look like anything is too out of the ordinary here.
Why would Zion? Why would there be a statue of Zion?
Maybe
Does it make any sense?
Perhaps maybe an ancestor?
No idea.
Maybe they had a vision of the present from the past, back when today was the future.
That almost makes less sense.
Almost.
Almost. Why would they have a vision of Zion?
I mean, some people would say she's a bit of a vision herself, but I don't know.
Ooh, look at someone making moves.
It ain't like that, Dean.
Just randomly talking to the narrator.
This guy just randomly goes, ooh, ooh. And meanwhile, Jason's just like, it ain't like that. And turns to a wall. It ain't like that.
I'll have
With
to
that,
ask my father. Perhaps he would know something.
Meru would probably. Let's go check out some of the other rooms here. I suspect.
yeah, Sienna's gonna start to leave.
Yeah, of course.
Darn
I'm
it.
just gonna stay with this statue for a bit longer.
All right.
I didn't.
Regardless, Sienna is leaving the room. Whether or not the party follows her.
Sienna, I will let you know. Just give me a quick moment. Just finalizing a thing or two.
That I get shot in the face with an arrow.
No, you don't get shot in the face with an arrow. And not.
Do I get shot in the knee with an arrow?
This isn't.
Does she take an
Skyrim.
arrow to the knee?
This isn't Skyrim. So, gosh darn it. So, just letting you know, over here at this area, you see a skinny hallway that seems to lead to another opening. And then you...
Ooh, I'm gonna go down that.
Okay. So, as y'all go away to that area, Ziana, you're still looking at the statue, yes?
Yeah.
So, you're staring at the statue. She does look kind of like you. A bit of a longer face, much longer hair. And she seems to be naked, but her hair is covering pretty much anything that would be considered indecent. She looks like she's in the middle of dancing in a way that stone strangely can capture, but almost not quite. As you're staring, your dancing lights fade out, and you see a bit of a glowing from the carving.
Jason is looking anywhere but the statue.
I
The lights come back on, the statue's in a different position.
I will walk over to the carving now that it seems to be giving off a little bit of light.
So you walk over to the carving, which is represented by this blob. Don't question it.
Okay.
You walk over to the carving,
Fine.
and as the lights fade out, the glowing becomes even stronger. As you look at it, you see the letters pop out and then rearrange themselves into what looks like Elvish. And it says, "There is a place for you." And then rearranges itself into several different dots, which I will mark out with these. So and a different looking dot under the blob. I will bring it to the front.
Okay.
So you see this new arrangement. These patterns kind of turned into just markers in this formation. And then
Okay.
and then they return to the carving itself, still glowing.
So I watch as this pattern almost forms on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go over to one of those. Zayana's mind at this point is just racing. Like, what could this possibly? What could it mean? And I'll just walk over to one of these things on the floor and just very gingerly just put my hand on it, see if I can't. Does it have anything written on it, or is it just this glowing thing on the floor?
It's a glowing spot on the floor. You touch it, you say, yes?
Yeah.
As you touch it, you see coming up from that spot, it looks almost like a snowy barren place. All you can see is snow and hills, and then that image fades.
I run over to the other one and touch that one.
You touch this one, you see an arid place. The grass looks almost brown, and you can see the land feels like it hasn't seen water in a long time. That image fades.
I excitingly run over to the last one.
Well, there's 5.
Oh, there's 5? Oh,
Sorry.
all right.
Which ones are which here?
This is the criminy. This one here is the first one Zayana touched, and this one here is the second.
So the first one, it was like a mountain with snow.
Yeah, like there were mountains, and it was like a snowy, barren place. Tundra.
And then
There
the
we go.
second one, so first one's tundra, second one was like almost like
Arid,
But-
no water.
a very arid place.
Yes.
Okay, so I go to the third one.
The third one. The land looks like it's supposed to be a swamp, but it's grown dark, like almost something has infected it. And that image goes dark.
I go to the fourth one.
The fourth one seems to be a grassy plain with lots of livestock feasting on the grass. And there it goes dark.
And the last one.
The last one in the center, near this weird marker that doesn't really seem like the others. You touch that and you actually see your home. And then it goes dark.
Like, my home, like...
Ziana.
Huh?
Are the rest of us seeing this, or is it just Ziana?
It's, you're not looking, and the others have moved to the other room, so this is just Ziana.
I wasn't looking at the statue.
Okay. So you're seeing all this too, if you haven't gone into the other room.
I
So-
would've stayed with Ziana.
My home as in, like, where my
Your compound,
my adopted...
where you grew up.
I just kind of, look up into the... What does all of this... I'm so confused. What does it all mean?
Which ones were 3, 4, and 5?
3,
Did I recognize
4, 5.
What was it? The fourth one, I think it was. Because you said the fifth one was in the center, right? And that
Yes.
was one that was Diana's home.
Yes.
The one before that, I believe, was livestock grazing on a field.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got it all written
Do I
down.
recognize that place?
Yeah, it looks a lot like your home.
Do I recognize any of the livestock?
No.
Hey, Ziana, can you touch that one over there? The one, not this one, not the one you're standing. The other one again. See if it interacts.
Yes. And I touch the fourth one again.
Well, that one, it comes up again. You see grasslands and livestock kind of, just grazing. None of them look familiar, but you do see some houses that are a bit of a distance away from where your family lives, Jason, but still in the same general area.
With the time that it was, the approximate time of daylight that it was when we went underground, would I be able to guesstimate about if this is showing essentially real time, or if it's like a pre-recorded thing?
From what you can tell, especially by the type of livestock and how fat they are, this seems like it was pre-recorded.
Okay.
I'll make my
Do you
way
see
back
anything
to
if
the...
Touch
sorry.
the. Do you see anything if you touch the middle thing? Not any of the smaller markers, but like
the middle one,
the
was
big fat one?
Diana's home.
Yeah.
No, this one, the one that was a little away from it was Ziona's home.
Oh.
She didn't touch the fat one.
I will go back to by the carving, and yeah, I'll just, at this point, I'm just touching anything that's around that area. Am I still seeing the? Was it just like the message came and faded, or is it still there?
The message faded by now.
Okay.
I'm gonna run over. Hold on, Ziana, did you say that it was your home when you recognized the one?
Yes, that last one was where. That's where me and my family, the house.
Okay. And this one that I just asked you to show me, that one is near where I live.
That's
Hold on a second. I'm
so
gonna run over to the
strange.
hallway where the others ran down, and I'm gonna holler after them. Hey
I'm
guys!
gonna make a distinction. I don't know if anyone else followed me down that narrow hallway or if they just went into the other room.
I think Mary.
But I didn't announce where I was going.
I went.
Okay.
And as such, I think there's a bit of time that would have passed for us to explore further down
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
the call happens.
So
I call for them down the wherever I would have seen at least Miru disappear, if not Eldian as well.
so
Can I investigate the larger markers though?
let's cut away to y'all in the other room, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So who all went to the other room?
I was just Sienna and Mara.
So
Just us two.
y'all go into this other room. It's a pretty small room. There's not much. There are like a couple of like sleeping mats, it looks like. You can still see like markings on the wall where things were but were taken. And you see things scattered that looked like it was a bit more domestic than belonging in a temple that you wouldn't know of.
Okay. Can I tell how recently this, like, is this like sleeping mats that have been here for like maybe 50 years or so, or is this like still warm from last night type of situation?
Investigation, please.
I'm gonna aid in that. You get advantage.
Okay. That is a. Do I have an investigation? No. So that is a 15.
From looking at the mats, they don't look worn, or at least not too worn. They do look a little old. But they don't seem like they've been sitting underground for any span of time longer than a year.
More than a year, okay. So I'm gonna say these don't look old enough to have been here longer than a year.
Sienna is gonna look around and say, I don't think this is a temple just on its own.
Well, I haven't seen.
I think it was a place of living.
Well,
like
even
a
temples
home.
have a place of living inside for the people who care for the temple.
Yes, but it seems to have more of a domestic home type feel than it does a temple room. So we might want to tread carefully.
True. We may come across. Well, we're unlikely to come across any inhabitants, judging on how long this has been laying here. Nobody would sleep in that kind of filth.
Also,
Sienna just like, you can tell she's like trying not to laugh. She's like, oh, Mario. One day. Meanwhile, Sienna's also covered in like dirt and grass stains. And she just like looks at you with like this face of, oh my god, I can't believe you just said that. And like just taps you on the shoulder like, it's okay, buddy. You don't have to understand.
Oh, my sweet summer burb.
If you don't mind. And he's going to gesticulate, cast prestidigitation, and sort of brush the dust and dirt and debris off of you. And sort of
like,
sweep it off.
as she's like patting your shoulder, she gets like this gust of wind and she's like, okay.
a little bit
don't
less.
Understand.
A little bit less gust of wind and more imaginary broom. But
so
you are right though. I don't think we've seen anything that resembles a shrine or an actual location where worship happened. No.
So as you're
There's a
pondering
weight to
this,
yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
as you're pondering this, one, there is another exit or hallway going down this way, but you also hear Jason's voice echo from the previous room where you were.
Okay.
Also, Teldian, you were examining where?
The 3 markers.
There's
Oh,
5.
the,
Well, 5
Oh,
plus the one in the center.
I was looking at the one in the center then.
Okay, the one in the center. You lean close to it and you poke it, but nothing happens for you.
Okay. And there doesn't seem to be anything going on with it.
No.
Santa, does anything happen if you touch this?
Well, let's find out. And I put my hand on it.
You put your hand on it, and then you see a display of the mound in various states. You see it, the skeleton of the dome forming. You see dirt being put onto the dome, the skeleton. You see the grass growing onto it, and you see the stones glowing as night falls, and then all of the markers disappear.
All of them, including the ones we were just looking at?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Well, so much for getting the others to check things out. Oh well.
it's like we just watched a fast. We watched the construction of the whole temple, right? But how is it that I'm assuming. Oh, there's just so much to know. I have more questions. The more I find out, the more questions I have.
You guys recognize some of those locations that you saw in the markers?
Yeah.
Yes.
This one, the one that was right in front of where I'm standing, or where I was standing. That one with the livestock was near where I live.
Now, is that like? I'm wondering if these correspond like to a map potentially, where like,
I was wondering
I'm
that
more
too.
wondering
Or
if it
like if there's.
corresponds to where each of us is from.
I was always wondering if maybe there's. Because when I first touched everything, it was saying that there's a place for me. And it showed all these locations. I'm wondering if those are maybe places it wants me to go?
I'm sorry, a place for you? Vera says, walking in.
Sienna hasn't
yes.
come in quite yet, so.
I explain enthusiastically to Meru everything that I saw.
Yeah, we give him the rundown.
Meru goes over and pokes. No, actually, just not even does that. Just I don't see any marks.
Zion, would it be all right to do you know if you can start it up again?
I'll
You
try.
started it the first time.
I'll go back to the carving and
Restart the rewind the VHS, y'all.
Oh my god.
I'll go back to the carving and just place my hand on it again.
Do you have lights on?
I do not.
Okay.
Not at this point.
So, the carving becomes alive again and shows you the same images in the same sequence.
Okay.
Do you recognize
so-
any of those places, Meru?
Or how
DM.
about you, Teldian? Do you recognize any of these places?
I didn't recognize any of them, did I?
From what I know of you, no.
DM, did I?
Well, other than Zion's home, which you have visited once or twice, you don't recognize any of the places.
I recognize that one there, but I imagine.
Would
That's,
Sienna, if Sienna was in the room?
Is Sienna in the room?
No,
Would she come
but
back?
would she?
I can't tell you.
The debate to go further down the other hall.
Well, here's the question: are you gonna go down the other hall alone without any backup?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go.
So I'm gonna go down the other room, the
Well,
other hall.
party is
I
officially
thought Sienna was
split.
right behind me.
Because I don't need backup, apparently.
5 seconds later.
seconds later, make a charisma saving throw.
Specifically, the NPCs
Covered
that she
head to
drops
toe in blood
into.
that's not hers.
So, does anybody recognize more than one? Like any individual one of us recognize more than one of these places?
From what I know of each of you, no.
Okay.
Question. Being familiar with cartographer's tools, so map making in general, I've seen a few maps.
Yes.
Would I be able to deduce that the positioning of the dots is relative to the positioning of certain locales?
It seems so.
So, like, the mountains to the northwest, the swamp to the northeast, or at the very least at a right angle to each other based on the position here.
Which
however
of us
that's rotated.
had Michael's map? Is Michael still with us?
Oh yeah, I forgot about him. He is.
It's easy to forget the NPCs.
I think
He's
Sienna
easy
has the
to
map.
forget, though. Michael's just easy to forget.
Yeah, he tends to fade into the background. Michael is still.
He's half chameleon. It's literally his racial ability.
He's just like sitting around, like poking the walls.
Kinda.
He's actually a chameleon folk.
He's back. He's back at the entrance. He's like, we were told not. You guys said not to touch anything and not to go anywhere, so I'm gonna stand right here and wait.
Like, he's actually kind of muttering while looking at the map because he wasn't told it was going to be off the path. So he's like, what did I miss?
We catch him up on everything. And since he's got the map, we ask him. I ask him if we can spread it out and on the floor. And Zion, I ask, can you do those light bubble things?
As you do the lights, the images disappear.
But in relation to the, all right, so that big piece was the mound, and mound is around here on the map. My home's about here on the map. With that lined up, does any of the other and Zionna's home, wherever that is on the map, with that, does the other three locations line up?
Do those line up with where we are right now as well? Being at the main.
We're at the mound.
Yeah, but the mound seems to be shown by the center thing as well.
Yeah, and I was saying lining that up with where we are currently, and then with, basically do the points line up on the current map. With how they're laid out in the room, they line out with with the three real locations that the 3 points on the map that we know. Are they equidistant and approximately positioned and all of that type of stuff?
So, Michael places the map on the floor, mutters, turns it a couple of times, and says, "I think I got it." He points at where you are approximately on the map. If this is what the center of that was, and Zionna's house should be here, not too long from here, and your place is about here, I believe to the northwest, there is a military base in the frozen part of the continent. Out east is where there's been a drought for a long time. But I don't know about what's at the southeast. I know nothing about that.
Southeast is
Which
the
one was
livestock
the
in the
southeast
grasslands.
Southeast was which one again?
This one.
So-
It's the swamp that looks like it's been tainted somehow.
The one with the drought, that doesn't tend to have oil in that area, does it?
The one with the drought?
Drought. I thought you
The
said
drought. Oh, Not that you know of, no.
Okay. And obviously I was asking that out loud, so.
Oh.
I think that there, if it's saying that there's, I really think at each one of these places there might, it's a map, and there might be something at each of these places that I can find. Maybe give me some sort of. This is just all so much.
Well, one of the dots is your home.
Yeah.
You can start there. That one's close by.
Yeah, I
The other
can.
one's near my home.
Yeah,
Or
once
we
we're.
could go to one of the ones that aren't connected to any of us to our knowledge.
That would definitely be the first place. Once we're done with this mission, I could check with my father's museum, see if there's anything there.
Out of curiosity, did Ziana tell Meru anything about the there is a place for you?
You saw it happen.
Yeah, but I couldn't read it.
He said that he.
Yeah, I gave you a rundown.
Okay.
What
Yeah,
happened?
she mentioned it at least once. Yes.
Okay. Because I have a suspicion that this is supposed to be. Why would they say there is a place for you and then indicate 5 different locations using this as a marker?
The only thing I
Fine.
could figure is that there must be something there for me to find.
Perhaps. But what? There was nothing there in the
Or
image.
maybe it's 6 coordinates, and maybe there's a 7th that's a point of origin.
Tim.
I mean, I'm being like a 10th serious.
Aw. Shooting down his ideas.
No, that was a Stargate SG-1 reference.
I
Or
take
not
down
even
the
SG-1, that was Stargate the movie.
I take down the lights again. Does that make the images brighter?
It makes the glowing in the letters brighter.
And so I touched that one in the I touched that big one in the center, and that one turned everything off.
Yes.
What if I go to the one over on the right-hand side and touch that?
Well, that's gone.
Oh, okay. And the left-hand side is gone too?
Yeah, all of the markers are gone.
Okay.
So we have to restart the restart the ride.
I go into the carving and touch it again.
The the lighted parts of the letters come up, rearranged into the same message, and then scatter into the different markers.
Thank God there's not a limited time for us to be able to mess with those. Or a limited number of times that you can touch it to activate it.
By the way, over in that other area over there, we saw a where is Sienna?
Wasn't she with you?
God, where is Sienna?
Probably getting yourself into trouble. We should probably go.
This is where we hear a scream.
So
Pan over?
Came over
Sienna.
to where I've been for the past 30 minutes.
Here and trying to puzzle this out in the dark a bit while we go check on Sienna.
So Sienna, do you have dark vision?
Yeah.
By the way.
Yes, I do.
Oh, good.
So
She's an owl.
yes, I just wanted
I've been
to.
at this
see in
for
the
at least
dark.
30 minutes game time, so I've got some ground to catch up on what I've been doing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, Sienna, you walk into this room. This room seems to have been kind of a place where things were homemade. You can see some like presses, you can see some fruits and some herbs that are now dried out or spoiled. scattered around. You can see a vat that looks like the vats that people make wine in. It's a lot that they crammed into this little room. But it seems like this is something for making salves, potions, drinks. You're not quite sure. And at that, while you were looking at all of that, you saw there was also another opening, which I'm assuming you ran through at some point.
Yes.
And since you would
Probably
have,
took me like 10 minutes to look at everything in there. I was like, all right, another hallway. Let's go.
since you would have had the time, over here there seemed to be a place that looked, or at least smelled, like it was medicinal. You see a couple of mats as well as a more padded area that looks like it's for lying down, as well as a long table. And you see some like potions that have some, like, I guess you would say dust, soot, debris that's fallen on top of them.
Okay.
And by the way, there is also an opening here, but I'm saying that you only had time to look at those two.
You know I would have gone down literally all of them.
Like, yeah, but not at breakneck speed.
No, but we did take a good amount of time just sort of
Staring at the
going
pretty
back over
lights.
the imagery.
Yeah.
Also, are
I'd
these
say I
5x5
probably spent like
squares?
10 minutes in each room, most likely.
Are these 5x5 squares?
Arms with squares, yeah.
Those
Wow.
are the small rooms.
Oh, so they're really small, so
They're-
it wouldn't even take
Yeah.
that amount of time. Yeah.
They fit several of those what do you call them? Bed mats inside a 5x5 area.
Yeah. They're pretty tight.
Yeah, so I might have even had time to go down the third, but yeah. I'm just exploring everything. I'm like, ooh, look, okay, bye. Ooh, look, okay, bye.
Well, if so.
Sienna's just like trying to find stuff.
The
Mm,
DM
And, like,
says no.
More context. As to,
content.
like, was this place like a home? Was it a temple? Was it a mix of both? Like, that's what Sienna's looking.
Mm. Well, all
The
right.
mats
Yeah,
are
and it
probably
was
like
supposed to
storage
go to a
room for
museum.
mats.
Let me just double check. So, this was a place that seemed pretty domestic. Yes?
Yeah.
This
So
place
far.
This place seems like a kind of crafty alchemy-y area. This place seemed medicinal. If you went into another room, which would have been here, it looked like it was more military-ish. You see a few weapons that are unknown to you against the wall, and also a map in the middle.
Weapons in a place.
So
of
I'm
interest.
going to start looking at the weapons. Is there anything I could take, like salvage?
Salvage.
Yeah.
Well, you do see a spear-looking thing. The end is a bit too long for a normal spear, but it looks like a spear. You see a spear-looking thing. You see an oblong shield, not like the ones that you're used to seeing, but more taller than it is wide. You see a bow and arrows. They're decorated real nice, but it seems like the dust has kind of hidden some of its decorations at its hand grasp area. So you see a bow and a couple of arrows, though not many, like 3. And honestly, everything else seems to have either been broken or taken.
Take the bow and handful of arrows.
Okay.
But it just looks military. So, what's on the map?
Looking at the map, it honestly just seems like a map just from not quite recently, maybe 50 years ago. Maybe. Just from what you know of the development of the country. Did somebody say something, or did I mishear?
Is it... So it's of, like, 50 years ago, so it's not recent. Does it show, like, any map markers?
You see some borderlines. You see, like, borderlines where if you look at the map that we have of our current day... I'm pulling it up, so I apologize. Where are you? Where are you? That's not it. No, okay. So, if we look at the map of what we have of the country right now, in comparison to what you're seeing, you see more of borderlines around the mountain area, kind of crossing into where the mountains actually are on the southern end. Those are the main markers that you can see. Across that border, you're not really seeing any marks of cities, but you are seeing like one spot that's been highlighted in the center where currently shows the biggest mountain.
I'm assuming at this point, like, the group is pretty much going to be catching up to me.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. As I'm, like, looking at a military map.
Sienna?
Sienna.
Sienna.
I don't know how to call Sienna with a vaguely British accent.
Sienna?
Sienna's just like, whatever, guys. Like,
Sienna.
I'm fine.
Sienna. No.
So,
and then you just stumble upon, like, Sienna looking at this big map in a military room.
y'all would have had to zigzag through several rooms and seen all of that. And if all of y'all are going together, it would have felt kind of cramped. Just so you know.
I would have assumed that we would have gone single file in places when we needed to.
Yeah.
All right, so y'all go single file through the domestic room, through the alchemy-ish room, through the medical feeling room, and into, let's just call it, the war room, where Sienna is looking at this map on the floor.
Okay, so first off, looking at the map, do the markers on it correspond with essentially what we were trying to figure out in the other room with the map and the dots and stuff?
It does pretty much correspond. The arid place and the cold tundra place are across the border. Sorry. That is on that 50-year-old map. But yes, they still correspond.
Did Michael come with us or did he stay behind?
Michael stayed behind.
Okay.
That's wise.
Miru, you do a lot of Am I remembering correctly in that you do a lot of traveling for your work?
I do.
Does that border look familiar to you?
Does it?
From your travels, no.
It's nowhere I've been.
Would any of the places that they were talking about seem familiar to me?
Oh yeah, we do catch her up.
You catch her
We
up?
found in the other room. Yeah.
So, in catching her
You
up,
specifically mentioned that military base that I believe you said something about.
Yes. When catching her up and you bring up that military base in the tundra, you recognize it. That was your first military base. You spent about 6 months there when you first went on the road. Bless you!
Can you guys
Bless you.
point to it on the map and see if it lines up with where she would expect it to be?
Yeah, we'll point to if we line up where everything, if we treat the markers on the thing as if they were physical markers on map, etc., 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 we point to where each of the 5 things were, including the big and the 6th big mount, which is where we are.
Mm-hmm.
On the
Once
big
they
map.
point to the military base, I'm like, oh, that was my military base. Yeah, I definitely.
So, yeah, that military base is over the border, but it is still in the continent country that you are all in. It's just there's no border there now.
Yeah. And I'm assuming that's the only place I recognize.
Yes.
Okay.
Has anybody else been anywhere near any of these other locations for any reason?
I've mostly just been in the city.
An accent that the player forgot to give. If I remember correctly from where the 5 dots are laid out, there was not one near the one that triggered the image from familiar to me, right?
No, there was not.
The only one that was near-ish anything else was the one that was Zayana's home that was near-ish the mount.
Yes.
And then there was one in the northwest, southwest, and in the desert area on the east, right?
Yes. Well, there was one northwest, southwest, northeast, and southeast.
And then one right near the mound.
Yes.
Yeah, and that was the one that was Zayana's home.
Yes.
Right.
So 3 of the 4 locations sorry. 3 of the 4 locations have connections to us.
Considering
that's an incredible coincidence.
It is, but it also may just be coincidence. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Sienna looks at Jason's, I don't know,
incredibly
coincidence.
I just mean that there are several of us, and we've been around this island a good amount.
And you get a sampling of enough people, and you're gonna have people from all over the place.
Precisely.
What's the chance that that's my military base? That's close to where you live. That's, where Zayana was raised. Like, what's the coincidence in that? I think there's a reason that it's pointing out we should go to those places.
This is not coincidence. This is intentional. It's telling. I think there's something that might be awaiting me there at every one of these places.
There could be hints left behind of where the drow went, or artifacts left at each of those places.
Or maybe where I originally came from before I came to be found by my father.
It's probably worth mentioning that our mission is to check out the temple, not all the leads that it provides.
Well, yes.
But who said we couldn't?
I mean,
We only
Weren't
get
we
paid for
told
some
to,
missions.
after we were done here, to go meet Ziona's dad?
That I
Weren't,
actually,
weren't we supposed to go report to him after we finished here?
that I believe so. I actually can't remember exactly who I told you to report to.
I genuinely can't either. That's one of the reasons I'm asking. It sounds
You're
familiar.
supposed to report to someone, but is it important?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember if it was. I don't remember if it was the Countess Arai or if it was Ziona's dad. I don't remember, but it was one of those two.
I
We were
feel like
supposed
it
to
might have been the
report to one of those
Countess.
Yeah, report back to the Countess.
Countess
I believe.
Royce, was it?
Yeah.
two. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Countess Arai Royce was who was
are,
specific.
are these all the rooms down here then? Have we explored the whole thing?
No. You see another
No,
path
we
that
haven't.
you haven't gone down.
All right, well,
But we're
that's
kind of hung up on a map at the moment.
Can Sienna go? Hey, can I go down this path while you guys are hung up on the map portion?
I'll go down this
before
way
you do that,
too.
Can you actually
as-
help me with something?
Ooh, what? No.
Can we take the with Sienna's help? Can we carefully take the map down and see if it can come with us, or is it like engraved into the wall or something like that?
It's on the floor. It's
Okay.
pinned to the floor.
So we can. It's pinned.
So we're gonna unpin it.
I imagine it's
Yeah.
really old. Do we?
So we're gonna unpin it and we're gonna take it with us because it's technically an artifact.
Yeah.
Technically.
That's my thought. Is it definitely something we want to keep with us because it's got markers on it that correspond with what we saw in the other room.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have markers per se. It just has the
Well,
border.
there were locations marked on it that weren't there locations on it that were very specifically corresponded with the 6 spots in the other room.
No.
Or am I?
Yeah, but
misremembering
we
what you
found
said?
them on the other map.
You found them on the other map and you were able to find them on this map. The main difference between the map that you have and the map that's over here is that there
Is the border.
Yeah.
Weird border.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
But it's still history, so we should still take it with us just in case we find any
Yeah,
secrets out about it.
pretty sure that one of our group's side missions involved something about artifacts or maps or something like that.
Yeah.
Mine, Toby involved prophetic scripts.
Okay. Can we go back through those real quick? Because I remember
yeah.
one of mine was like fancy clothing and shiny or something shiny.
Okay.
Yeah,
but I don't
so
remember
Ziona.
I have it written down as Ziona was stuff of historical origin for the museum.
That would be
Eldian was prophecy script. Jason was anything shiny or interesting like clothing or jewels. Meru was current drow location.
Yeah.
And then Sienna's objective is just basically to protect everyone.
murder things.
Yeah. Not let
Sienna's
you all get
objective?
killed.
Murder. Okay, so Ziona, not Sienna, Ziona. It's hard to differentiate the two names in a southern accent. Ziona, do you want us to? We should take that map, right?
I think it would be a good idea. I don't know how old the map is. It might be. We don't want to damage it.
Me with my knowledge of paper, my extreme familiarity with
All things
anything.
paper.
Let's say the written medium and all of its components.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be able to, with whatever current equipment I may have, be able to safely transport this? No.
What equipment do you have?
Not much, to be honest.
Okay, I'll just give you the state of the map currently. As you touch it, it feels a little moldy and easy to tear.
So that's a big fat nope.
Does Meru freak out at the feel of the paper?
Fair question.
Fair question. It feels like it's Neh.
Unclean.
Magic my fingers clean.
Just by the look on Maru's face, Sienna goes, "Huh? So it's not clean."
Can I attempt to clean it?
Um,
Or is this something that, like, the general magic touch of prestidigitation might be a little bit too imprecise for?
I would like to burn burn the
No.
purge the mold from the map
like,
with fire.
With that.
like,
Away the mold.
you can try to, like, you can attempt to dry it, but there is the risk that you'll crisp it too much.
I'm not trying to crisp it. Crisping it sounds like a terrible idea.
It's fine, just throw it in the
I
oven.
thought I just wanted to clean with
You'll find the Declaration
Yeah,
of
that's-
Independence on the other side.
That's kind of what I was asking, was prestidigitation, the general purpose simple magic trick spell.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to clean it proper.
Yeah.
Because it's not visible dirt. It's more like just age sinking into the fibers of the paper.
Yeah, and even the mold is like, it's got tiny roots.
Mm-hmm.
We'd be able to take it with us, though.
Oh, is that a question?
Yeah.
If you wrap it up with something, probably.
Could I
take one of my
very
extra
gently
shirts
take
out.
the scarf that I'm wearing, like the shawl that I'm wearing, with my little pin, like take that out and like wrap it up in that?
Okay. Would that be sleight of hand or? It's
Maybe a general dexterity check.
Yeah. Let's do
with
it.
a DC.
All right. So I'm going
I
to
would
say.
make that DC high.
Thinking about everything, it's easy to tear, not easy to crumble. So I would say DC of 12.
Okay. And that's gonna be a dex check.
Mhm.
Or 17 plus 2, so 19.
19.
So, yeah.
You're able to use your scarf, shawl thing to put over the map and roll it up into the shawl very slowly. It feels kind of gross, but it doesn't feel like it's gonna tear. So there's that.
Cool. So I'm just gonna put my pin with the moon and the two swords crossing back on my shirt, and gently place the map in my bag in a place where it's not going to get jostled or ripped or torn or anything like that.
Okay.
Cool. So we're gonna take that with us, and I am going to go through the other hall.
Yeah, well, I'll follow Sienna this time, but again, keeping an eye out for anything that any of my countesses would potentially enjoy.
I would like to mention that. Sorry, just a slight bit of retcon. Before this whole thing went down, Meru would definitely have, at the very least, sketched a quick copy of the map with the important locations.
Okay.
I've got the extra paper.
So Bird Nerd has
where the border is.
Yes, absolutely. All the important locations.
So Bird Nerd has sketched a copy of the map with the border and the different locations?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he has done that.
And then it gets wrapped up and put it back.
Yeah. And as I'm heading out with Sienna, I'm going to ask Ziana to if she's I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to say if you see anything that anything else that you'd like to grab for your what is it, museum or something like that? If you see anything like that, go ahead and grab it while we're here. The less amount of backtracking we have to do, the better, probably.
Yeah, and I apologize in advance. I just got so much on my mind right now. This is all very overwhelming.
I understand. It absolutely would be.
Meru's looking up around like this entirely cramped underground environment. Like, yes, it is. Wings sort of folding tighter.
So, Sienna and Jason trailing behind her.
I'm following as well.
And
Ziana is also going.
all right. They all go into the next room, which looks like another domestic kind of affair. There are more moist-looking papers on the ground, but
There's that word again.
moist.
Mhm.
But there doesn't really seem to be maps or anything on them. Just a couple of
No
scrawled,
writings.
a couple of scrawled words, not in anything that you understand straight off, as well as 2 bed mats. And I'm guessing that.
And do I see? I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna try to ask this in every room. Do I see anything that the countesses might? That I think the countesses might like?
In this room, no.
Did I see it? Just to be clear, I didn't see any in any of the other rooms that we sped through to catch up to Sienna. Did we?
No. No, you did not.
Yeah. No, I will say that it definitely sounds like this map and the information that we found before, which Meru also quickly sketched down, or took notes on at the very least, seems like it might count as clues as to the whereabouts of the drow.
Indeed.
Are you saying that in character or out?
Let's say I'm currently saying it out, but he would have conveyed this thought as well at some point, like this, while he was taking notes earlier.
So maybe a remark stated to Ziana or something like that.
Yeah.
Either way, once we're done with our mission, I absolutely want to follow up on those things.
Well, I would say.
I'm assuming there's another hall as well.
Yes, there's a hall going.
So I'll be traveling that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna be keeping up with Sienna, but in response to Ziana, I'm gonna say it depends on what the rest. I'm in for it, but it depends on what the countesses say.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if what my father would allow either. I don't know. I guess we'll just have to find out.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah.
Right, so going after Sienna.
Going after Sienna, charge into the next room, which seems to be another medical room, but it's starting to smell more damp. More.
Formaldehyde.
What? Did you say formaldehyde?
Yes.
No formaldehyde. But it's starting to smell more damp, more moldy.
One of my countesses would have liked some.
Ew.
I'm horrible for saying that. Anyway, carry on.
Wow.
That was
Any other halls?
That was Jamey being judgy of the countesses.
So DM,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. So another hall going off in this direction.
Cool, I'm gonna go down it.
This room, you're actually a bit surprised by its condition. All of the other rooms seem to have been mostly cleared out, but this room seems like it was mostly left intact. There are a couple of paintings done directly onto the wall, and a couple of tapestries. And you also see what looks to be a chest in one corner, but also a couple of creatures on this area that have burrowed into the space.
Okay.
Can I investigate
I-
paintings?
What?
Can I like investigate
What
paintings?
kind of creatures?
What kind of creatures? Said Jason and Teldian, you said, can you investigate the what?
The paintings, just to see like if there's like anything like possibly behind pieces of them, or like any indentations and like eyes or something like that, or something, just any secrets involved with the paintings.
We've reached the Scooby-Doo portion of the
Absolutely.
dungeon.
Something suspicious.
Also, I
Dooby
apologize,
dooby doo, where are
My
you?
microphone stand has kind of decided.
We
hey,
got
we're
some
all
work
so-
to do now.
now?
but sorry for any loud noises that happened a second ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
But we're good. We're good.
As for the type of creatures, they kind of look like moles.
Mole dragons.
Like,
Like, are they hostile like things or?
nah, they're minding their business.
Okay.
Um,
I'm kidding.
Hmm?
But yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I want to try to pet one.
why?
Because they're cute.
No, they're
That's
dirty.
fuzzy.
They're the filthiest creatures you could exist.
Wow.
You have like several birds that are like pets, technically.
Hey. I am not a pet.
Okay, just give
Well,
me.
neither am I, but
Wow. So you try to pet one. How do you approach it?
Well, yeah, I'm very familiar with how to be careful around animals that spook easy, and I know I'm very familiar with just in general animal handling. I guess is what is the terms you'd use for it.
Yes. So roll animal handling then.
Ooh. That's an 18.
18, you said?
Yeah.
All right.
16 plus 2.
So, at first, the little. Actually, it's not that little. It's more like the size of a cubit. That mole type creature sees you approaching, and it kind of like flinches, tries to show its teeth at first because you're weird.
The minute it shows its teeth, are they carnivorous teeth, like fanged, or are they like?
No, it's two
Veggie.
big old buck teeth at the front. No fangs from what you can see.
I pull from my food supplies. I pull some and lettuce. Why not? Fuck it, lettuce, and a couple leaves of lettuce, and kind of hold it out.
It looks at you, looks at the lettuce, kind of scurries as much as a big old mole can, sniffs it.
Does it do like the corgi butt wiggle?
Yeah, the corgi butt wiggle. Sniffs it. And then just takes a slow bite. And then chews. and then takes another bite, still looking at you through this whole process.
I keep my eyes on it. I keep myself as passive and calm and unthreatening as possible. Make sure I'm not showing my teeth at all, because most animals find that threatening. I'm continuing to hold out the food to them, and my other hand I'm keeping, again, non-threateningly, but I'm just kind of keeping it like essentially asking the animal for consent to be touched, and just waiting.
Well, the animal eats like 4 bites of the lettuce, and then it turns around, and this is a bit strange. Its head kind of 180s around, and then it makes a noise, and then you see a bunch of like little moles, kind of looking like they're kind of young. Their skin still kind of looks like a little naked. They're all coming out and looking at you. By the time that the big mole's
origin story, he gets bit by one of these and turns into Mole Man.
Oh gosh, that'd be weird.
Maybe you'll get dark vision that way.
Or blind sight. Moles.
While Jason has been doing this, I want to just make it clear. I want to investigate the tapestries and the chest.
Yeah, I was hoping to look at the paintings before anybody went in the chest.
Right.
Like, see if there was any traps or anything.
Yeah. And specifically, I wanted to investigate the tapestries because I have like a piece of a banner.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to compare it and see if anything looks familiar.
As you look at the tapestry, you look closer, and it has a certain sheen to it, like it was woven out of pure silk. And from one tapestry, you see pretty much a depiction of the mountains with the sun beaming onto it. Like, and when I say the mountains, I mean the mountains on the northern side, closer to where you grew up and the military bases are. So, you know, the tundra area. And you see sun beaming onto these mountains. And then on another tapestry, also looking like it's out of pure silk, you see the woman that was depicted in that first area you went to, standing out in the moonlight with what looks like a burst of...
Nothing. Carry on. Sorry, I forgot my mic wasn't muted.
With what looks like a burst of magic or aura around her feet in about I would say 2 people's arm span as the diameter.
Diana is immediately checking that out.
And I am looking to see if I can't take the tapestries down and take them with us.
Well,
whether or not we turn them into the museum is another story. But
so you take the tapestries down. They seem to be in pretty good shape. The silk's holding up really well. And you're able to just wrap them up by the stick that was holding them taut in the first place.
So I take those with us.
Who was examining the chest?
I was looking at the paintings first.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's looking at paintings, and then we'll investigate the chest together.
The paintings on the wall, mind you, they are, oh, for God's sake. They are, they look like they should be things that are in nature. You're not quite sure because it looks like there should be like a couple of animals and a couple of trees, but there seems to be multiple branch offs. Like the animals seem to have 2 heads or too many limbs, and the trees seem to branch off into 3 or 4s. It's a bit uncanny.
Anybody who's not from the city, is this normal?
I forgot to ask
look at
if
it.
y'all were looking at this with light or not on it.
There's no
Would you
and
like
I'm
some
assuming
light,
there's
Teldian?
nothing to see.
Some of us can't see it without the light.
Yeah, I was assuming y'all were looking at this with light because, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't use any light spells.
Okay.
I can see without the. I don't know anyone else.
Oh, so you have dark vision?
Yeah.
Mero would have asked Ziana to show off a little bit of light so that we can.
Would we have wanted to not show light though to keep the moles from being scared of it?
I mean, if there was not any light, then I would never have been able to see the moles.
Yeah,
Just kidding.
we're way deep in a cave thing. There is no light.
We're just
here.
assuming that there was a dancing lights cantrip at one point,
Yeah.
and that it's gonna go away now.
Okay. So wait, do you
Make
want
it
to
easy.
turn off the dancing lights, or are you keeping it on?
I'll keep one on just in case. I'll just kind of hover it over to some of the paintings, and I'll just hover it around for anyone who needs it.
Hmm.
You could keep it keep them back in the hallway that we just came from. That way they're out of the room, so that the room is dark and you can see if anything glows.
Mm.
But
That is
I'll
true.
not have to
Move
actually
it back out into the hallway then.
All right. Moving it back out into the hallway, except for that strip where the light is coming in through the hall. The paintings look different. As you walk by them, you start to see that iridescent shimmer around some outlines, and as you walk past, the shimmer shifts into another outline. So as you walk around the room, you start seeing these images move like it was a piece captured in time. The animals become alive as they graze on the grass, and the trees start moving in the wind. It's kind of insane to look at.
They're 3D pictures. Guys,
It almost sounds more
the
like
Drows have invented 3D.
It almost sounds more like those holographic cards that there used to be, where like there were 3 different images and they kind of simulated movement
Oh my gosh, yes.
as you were turning it. Yeah, that's my thought.
Was somebody examining the chest?
Yeah.
So there weren't any like traps or anything like that in the paintings, or any like holes or buttons or whatever.
No.
Okay.
In the chest, there's a bit of a closure that seems to have rotted away a bit. It wasn't made of metal. It was kind of just a closure made of cloth. And the wood's looking kind of gross. I forgot who was examining the chest already. I'm sorry.
Angry Burb.
If nobody else is, I'll do it.
So we're both looking at it.
The chest is gross.
I'm assuming at this point I've gotten swarmed by a group of moles.
Oh yeah, they're all like looking at you, kind of like, ah, interesting, so pale. What is this? You can see it on their faces.
Ah, so pale.
I'm taking
You
a- I'm
brother, lettuce brother.
Yeah, with the chest as dirty as it is, Mero will be like, Sienna, would you mind? I assure you, next time I will prepare mage hand.
Would I mind taking the thing out of the chest?
Meru's dying. Meru's dying.
The longer he's down in here, the more he fades.
Do whatever needs doing. I'd rather not.
Can I investigate the stuff inside the chest?
All right. So, I'm guessing you're gonna try and open it then.
I'm going to investigate the chest first if it's not open
Okay. So
before touching it, because I don't want it to just disintegrate on me. It looks old. But you know, as a precaution, I will make sure Meru is not within fighting range if it's a mimic.
All
And
right.
take out a hand axe and kind of tap it.
It's a 5x5 room, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but I could still like put an arm out and like protect you.
If it's like,
if it's a mimic in a 5x5 room, we're all fucked anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Like,
but I'm
all
in
of us
front,
are-
so I get screwed first.
yes.
Lucky.
Well.
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
heard
step
that.
into the hallway behind.
so
But yes, I'm gonna investigate the chest first.
please roll.
According to the internet, you know the surefire way to see if there's a mimic in a room. Toss a coin to your witcher.
I'm
And
dead.
then just listen to see if it sings along.
I'm dead.
Okay,
It's shoot, what is it? It's that Backstreet Boys song I'm blanking on.
Oh.
Alright. So 18 plus 2, so a dirty 20.
Tell me why.
Yes. Exactly. Exactly.
One of the chairs.
So
No,
yeah.
The hallway.
As I'm like investigating with
Guys.
my hand on one of my hand axes ready to go just in case, but I'm gonna like investigate that chest with that dirty 20 that I just got.
All right. You look around the chest, kind of leaning on the light that's streaming through the
And also I
hallway,
have
plus
dark
your dark
vision.
vision. It looks like it's a normal chest, kind of rotted away in some places due to moisture. You can see a bit of mold developing on the corners, and it's kind of gnarly, but it looks like a wooden chest with a very poor tie on it.
Can I like take my hand axe and like tap it to see if it just disintegrates without me having to touch it? Or
You take your hand axe and tap it, and pretty much the wood instantly cleaves. There is a hole in the wood now.
okay. Is there anything inside the chest?
There seems to be some shiny stones. Like
Shiny.
shiny. Some are gems, some are stones. And you actually see a couple of silver pieces near the bottom, but most of them are stones.
I unlock the chest and
Distribute it? Or
Yeah.
just okay.
just kind of like open it up, grab the stuff out of there, and see kind of what it is,
Mm.
and then figure out how to distribute.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's not like. Keep in mind that we're not actually supposed to take anything here from for ourselves.
Yeah, we're not
so
supposed
it's-
to keep anything for ourselves. Yeah.
This isn't a
But yeah,
distribution.
like,
Grind goes to them.
If something it like works for like the countess, or like something is of like drow origin, distribute according
It
to who needs to
was.
take it to who.
Yeah. so
It would be
this-
for me and my countesses.
perhaps.
There's nothing
but also-
spreading on
If nothing has like drow origins or like inscriptions or museum stuff on it,
No, not that you can
then
see.
okay, can I like grab the stuff out of there and see what's
Sure. You grab the
No inscription from Indiana Jones saying it belongs in a museum.
No. So, you pull those items out. You see a couple of what looks like amethyst. Like, and I don't mean like carved pretty, I mean like chunks of amethyst geode.
Ooh.
So you see some chunks of amethyst geode, a big cluster of
Didn't
moonstone.
deserve to get shattered like that.
How dare you? How dare you? I'm sorry, I was triggered. You see the chunks of amethyst geode, a big chunk of moonstone that looks like it was just carved out of a wall, a couple of unrefined pieces of silver ore, a couple of silver coins amounting to about like 10 silver. And actually a couple more of those crystal-like stones you've been seeing pretty much everywhere in this place. Those come a lot smaller, more like the size of a I'm trying to think of a good comparison, but I can't think of one.
The size of a die.
No, bigger than a die.
Okay, so the
Bigger
size
than a
of two
die,
die.
smaller than a.
2 die.
Just about. Yeah.
Just about the size
Bottle
of 2
cap.
die.
Bottle cap.
Cool.
Yeah.
So there's that. And keep in mind, other than the coins, all of this is unrefined. Just in the raw. Natural.
Oh, natural.
But the refined coins.
The coins, you know, they are metal that have been melted down and shaped into coins.
Yeah. I'm assuming, do they look like recent currency or no?
Like minted within the last 40 or so
They have the
years.
current monarch's face.
Yeah.
Yeah. They look recent.
Okay. Okay. So because there's 5 of us, I'll divvy up the coins so that we each get 2 silver each.
Wasn't it such that like all of our money was supposed to, or all of the spoils of all this was supposed to go specifically back to the lords?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we each should bring something back.
Well,
So like everyone gets like 2 coins to be like, here, boom,
Yeah.
we did our share. I'm not carrying all your stuff,
Sure, if we
Mario.
keep looking, because I'm sure if we we'll find something for everybody.
Yeah.
Because technically, Miru has been finding stuff that pertains to the location of the drow.
Mhm.
Zayana's got at least one thing for a museum. I've got, with those gems, assuming they're fitting, they might be what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so I'll
mine.
pass along the gems to Jason to carry, see if the Countess would like any of them. She can take a closer look at them. And then I'll just put like the separate silver coins like in a bag, I guess, and attach it to like the tapestries.
Okay.
What was Teldian's and Sienna's again? Oh, Sienna's was just to keep us safe. What was Teldian's?
Yeah.
Thaldians.
I'm looking for anything with prophetic scripts.
Yeah.
Prophetic scripts. And we've not seen anything like that yet, right?
No.
We've
Scripts
seen
as in,
something
like,
that you
paper,
could
or scripts as in,
consider
like,
that.
text?
Not anything that we can necessarily take with us, though.
We've
Besides,
got
like relaying the message.
only the only true wealth is freedom, which we will reclaim, and we also have there is a place for you. That's the closest thing.
Yeah,
we
but
can so
that's not something we can physically take with us.
Yeah.
It's just a message.
And one could argue
otherwise-
those are more promises than prophecies.
Otherwise, they'll have to like come and get the statue, stuff like that, because they're heavy.
Yeah, the statue would go well in the museum.
Yeah, so they would have to come back like, hey, there are like 3 heavy statues that you can take for the museum. Boom.
Including a tasteful nude of Zayana.
Oh my god.
Old Zayana, older Zayana.
Oh my god.
By the way, Zayana is checking out the statue of this drow woman. I
Again?
put my hand. Yeah.
So you went
Well,
back.
You
to
went
those-
all the way back.
No, you said there was a new one in this room, right?
It was on
No.
a tapestry that we took down.
Oh,
to
a
Cobra.
tapestry. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and we decided to take it with us. So,
Cool.
but yeah. So otherwise, I think we're pretty much done exploring the small rooms.
Unless there's another exit out.
There is.
All right.
There's another exit.
Well, there's another one of the rooms. Well, there's two. Two. Yep. 2. Two
All
more
right,
rooms.
let's go. Off to the next room.
So next.
Let's go.
Into the thick of it.
Hmm?
Into the thick of it.
I thought you were singing "I'm getting sick of it."
Into the
Just
thick of it.
looks at Sienna. I'm
Uh,
getting sick of you.
I'm gonna stay behind in this
I
room for a
pout
little bit.
Just
Just
I pout
to
a little bit before leaving the moles, but I leave them several leaves, like enough for at least one leaf per mole that I saw, and then leave.
One leaf
Hashtag
for every
Princess Jason.
mole you saw. There was like at least 20. I hope you know that.
Oh, I had like a whole head of lettuce.
Okay, just
You just set down the head of lettuce.
just
No, we might need that.
So going into this next room.
So I'm staying behind for a little bit, just to see if anything changes when the lights are gone.
Well, we've already done that. That was the holographic things.
Oh,
Yeah, we've already done that.
no, just kidding.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought we had left one on. So.
I am pretty
In
tired,
the hall.
Well, it is.
We put them into the hallway so that it was dark in here, but that way she didn't have to cancel the spell.
Well, okay. So, y'all go into this next room. And this room is even danker than the last. It smells terrible.
Right?
It smells like mold and decay and death.
There's only the most dankest of memes in this room.
For some reason, my brain said it smells like mold and decay.
Oh my.
Smells like
Oh my.
Precisely.
So
Well-
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm tired.
Almost the voice that I chose for Jason. Almost.
Oh,
dear
God.
Lord,
Didn't fit
no.
the whole farm boy aesthetic though.
I'm glad it didn't.
Yeah.
So
So what's in this room?
it smells dank. It smells terrible. But as y'all walk in this room and the lights go on or come in, you see 8 giant centipedes who have burrowed through the ground and are now staring at you, not looking too happy.
Oh boy, do we have more room than a 5x5 square?
No!
Oh,
I'm so confused. So, like, how tall is this room then? Are they like above us or something? Or
You said they're big centipedes?
Giant
So
centipedes.
they're all interlapping on each other?
Yeah, basically.
just
Like
tangled
they're
together?
right next to each other, just coming
So
out
I
of the
could-
walls.
I
Okay.
could pull out my greatsword and get them all pretty much in a slash or two.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to try to put some lettuce down for them.
Can I? They don't look happy though.
They don't.
Well,
Okay, when you say-
make somebody who's unhappy happy is to give them food.
when you say
Not
giant
necessarily
centipede,
Jason.
What?
Food is
Centipedes
the answer
are-
to everything.
Centipedes are carnivorous.
Well, I got a little bit of the stew we had last night.
I don't think they want stew. This is why I
What
came
about
on this
pancakes?
trip.
Are they still looking at us, or is this a roll initiative situation?
I would say this is a roll initiative situation, but it is time for us to wrap up.
You mean the
To be
you mean
continued.
Hmm?
As we walk into the room.
routine that was happening just there didn't like leave them confused and uncertain of what's going on.
Seeing Sienna angrily stop. This is why I came on the
Thing is-
trip.
the
Because
thing is-
you guys would die.
The thing is, depending on exactly when this happens, it may be that Sienna is the only one in the room and everybody else is in the hallway.
Yeah.
And by hallway, I mean incredibly cramped crack that we're kind of squeezing through because look at that.
It is very thin.
Hallway would be
I'm-
a 5x5.
I'm probably gonna assume I'm the only one in this room. So it's just gonna end the stream with me being stared down by 5
Wait,
centipedes
Could you
Eight.
even
with my greatsword.
Can you
Eight.
even make it into a room with 8 giant centipedes and 5 by 5
Well,
area?
it says
Giant-
giant centipedes, but they're not giant. It's
Sure.
more like a dog
I
size.
mean,
Giant-
when a centipede is about that big, a giant centipede would be about that big, maybe.
No,
No. Okay.
because
So
they take up a 5 by 5 space.
They're really
So
crammed in
there
there.
multiple
What
beings
size
can
creature are they
occupy
considered?
one 5 by 5 space.
As long as they're not
Pending.
contesting each other.
Yeah. And you can have stuff that overlaps, but that would be for next stream.
Yes.
With
Yeah.
me reaching for my greatsword as it all fades out.
I'm picturing the art right now, just all these glowing centipede eyes staring at Sienna. She's just like, shh.
Not to mention all the other memes I've created as Sienna.
Oh, yeah. Anyhow,
Only the dankest of memes.
Unfortunately, if
Like this
anybody's going to be stuck in a room with a bunch of giant centipedes, at least it's that one.
At least it's
raging
Crazy
me.
one.
yeah, the raging
I
one.
mean-
But if I recall correctly, oh man, Tim, didn't you almost die to a couple of giant centipedes, like 2 or 3 of them?
Tykor did, yeah.
Tigor, yeah.
wow. Has a
I mean, I got a
history
shield.
of almost dying.
Yes.
Ooh.
This cramped
Oh,
quarters,
God.
especially if all 8 of them can get a hit in on Sienna, could be life endangering.
And Tykor was
If
like
they get
twice
the
level.
chance.
Yeah, over twice the level that we are.
If they get the chance.
It depends on
Depends on rolls.
the initiative rolls. Yeah.
And also, because I can rage
Mhm.
and stuff like that. So it depends on a lot of factors.
Meru can't see shit though.
Same.
But we still have a light.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
the dancing lights are still technically up.
Yeah.
Also, I do
Guess
have an
that's just
AoE spell, but it'll hit everybody.
I
Yep.
mean,
So
I'm okay with that.
I guess it's safe to say y'all in trouble.
Yes.
Not
see,
yet.
The problem with my AoE spell that will hit everybody is it will knock everybody into everybody for more damage.
Nah.
Flings angry burb. Alright, well.
Well, that's
I
it
guess
for
it's just for
tonight.
next time.
Yep,
Yeah.
we'll figure it
Yeah.
out next time, y'all. We're dead.
Oh no.
TPK next month, y'all.
I mean, it's not going to be all of us. It's just going to be Sienna.
No,
Yeah,
gonna go
just
down
me.
the line,
Just-
bruh.
Just the literal tank of the group.
We're going to be
Holy
eating
thank you.
Owl, basically, if the centipedes don't finish it up first.
Ew.
At this point, Sienna, you're technically more DPS. I'm technically more tank.
Yeah, just hitting the literal saving grace of the group.
Well. Well, on that note, thank you all for joining us. And I'm just going to quickly finish up marking up the map so I remember where we left off for next month. Everybody check out our different players. Most of them stream. So, starting in the same order that I did before, Melidor has a channel. You should check him out on Monday and Wednesday. Sometimes every other Wednesday, he plays Terraria with us, but otherwise he does his own thing.
Yep. I'm doing a Witcher 3 playthrough every other Wednesday, and on Mondays, I'm doing a playthrough of Horizon Zero Dawn, where last time I fought a very, very, very angry burb made of metal, and it was horrifying.
They're great, aren't they?
Well, we have Emily, also known as M Bear, who is also streaming currently Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Please plug yourself.
Yeah, so it's gonna be pretty much every Saturday, give or take, and then possibly gonna do another stream scheduled for Sunday or a day during the week. So right now we're shrine hunting for the Master Sword before we take on the Divine Beast.
Sounds.
It's gonna be lots of fun.
Sounds kosher.
Taking on Divine Beast. Oh, right.
I
Not
was
bad.
my first time through that. I apparently went for the hardest Divine Beast first.
Oh, nice.
Above my head, we have Howie, who steals my channel every week, either on Wednesday or Thursday, to play Factorio. With
Not this upcoming week, though.
Not this upcoming week, though, because there's the strike. We have,
Strike?
yes, a day off Twitch. Hashtag a day off Twitch, actually.
I did not hear about this, so let's talk about that real quick.
All right. Well, that is the hashtag. Not that hashtags matter in chat, but it is like an effort by a lot of streamers, mostly small streamers, taking a strike protest day off of Twitch on September 1st to pretty much show their displeasure at the hate raids that have been going on and the lack of solid addressing of what's happening.
Not to mention like 90% of the other bullshit that happens.
Yeah.
I mean, Twitch is a wonderful platform. Please don't ban us.
I feel like I don't know how to feel about the way that things have been going with the hate raids and everything. Cause at first it was like, oh, we have tools, clear the chat and turn it on sub only and stuff. And the hate rates have gotten kind of so out of control that even when Twitch itself was streaming, like the Twitch gaming channel was streaming, they got hate rated.
Yeah.
And it feels like things are kind of just spiraling without an end in sight, I guess. And it's really hurting a lot of people who not only get like really triggered at this kind of stuff because they're calling them serious slurs, but also people who will get hate rated and then the same hate raiders will report that person for having bad language in their chat and then get banned, which has happened to several streamers already, which sucks.
Got it.
So yeah, that's what that's about.
Good to know.
So back to promoing people. KrimzonKnight Gaming. He is doing his journey through all of the Assassin's Creed games every Monday. And then on
AC game.
And then on Tuesdays, he goes through Tomb Raider, the classics. At least
Not
for
this
now.
Tuesday, though.
Oh, not this Tuesday? What's going on Tuesday?
Yeah, no. Stuff.
Okay, so not this Tuesday though. And
Monday, yes. Tuesday, not this week.
And we have Tim, who is not currently making content, but keep an eye out. Woo! And that's all I got. Maybe. And that's all I got then. So I think that's it.
Like I'm making stuff just not related to streams or videos.
Yeah.
And that's completely fine. So our next edition of Liberty Lost Freedom Gain will be next month on the 25th, which is wild. September 25th, y'all. And
Wait a minute. Isn't that the wedding?
no,
No.
the wedding is on a Sunday. 2, it's like 3 weeks away, not 4, 5.
3, 2, 1.
Anywho,
25th is 4 weeks away.
The wedding's on the
If the
19th.
wedding is 3 weeks away, then it's the 18th.
It's the 19th.
Yeah.
It's on
that
a
would be
Sunday.
Sunday. Yeah. That would be Sunday 3 weeks from now.
yes,
Okay. Like,
Well,
I imagine we may be busy the couple days beforehand,
beforehand, yes. So
including the Saturday. But yeah, whatever.
we'll keep you. Well, I mean, the 25th, not the 8th.
I know.
Yeah. So,
Sorry.
we'll be coming back to this then and see Sienna either kill a bunch of centipedes or get eaten alive.
Rest
Level
in
2,
peace.
I think I know what the answer will be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, unless somebody comes and saves the day at last second.
And,
That'll totally happen.
I'm trying to, like, see...
Michael comes from the other direction.
I'm trying to see if we should, like, raid anyone or if we should just call it a night. Almost no one is streaming, so probably the latter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Alrighty. So, we'll see y'all next time. I will be uploading the VODs onto YouTube because they don't stay long enough here. And I think my link for that is below, so you could go there and check it out. They should be up tomorrow at least. And I will see you tomorrow for my normal streams if you want to be there, which I hope you do.
Woo woo.
Say goodbye, everyone. Say goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, cool.
Bye, everyone.
This is the part where I go to sleep and have nightmares about centipedes.
Wow, that's terrible.